Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast The Storm with social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convenient to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, everyone. The time of self-loathing, empty romantic feelings is over for another year, and now we can all make like Irishmen and get drunk in the coming months. I'm joking.
As a part Irishman, I find that somewhat offensive.
You blimey kissing bastard.
Scottish kilt wearing jackass. Anyway, I'm your host last time. Will want to be the Branson of pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight? Yeah, basically what everything Dalton said. To be fair, I didn't really care. As I've stated many times before, I don't really care about Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I just like holidays in general. It seems just on general principle. Also, it's worth noting that the beginning of March is yet another anniversary for us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
3 years, right?
I believe so, because we started in
2018.
on March 2nd of
2018? Was it
2018 or 2019?
I think it was 2018 because I think I was still in school at the time.
This seems like something we should fact check for the sake of the audience.
Yeah, I remember being at school, making the classic intro that we've had.
I thought you had to use the library to do that.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. No, that was 2019, but I could have sworn I was still in school.
I think you might have been when we met, which was on a Nightwolf stream.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Again, it's been a few years. It's been a while, so my memory's not as.
Yeah, but we're coming up on the I believe 3-year anniversary.
Yeah.
Which seems odd because it was March 2nd of, I want to say 2019, but it might be 2018.
Either way, yeah, another anniversary coming. Yeah, we got a few things to do. So let's move on to the first thing. Hey, Ed Brewer. Valentine's Day is great. Head out to an expensive bar an hour before closing and take your pick of lonely MILFs.
Well, it's good. It's good you're weaponizing the female insecurity there, Ed.
I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. I'm not. To be fair, I don't drink, so I don't go to bars on general principle.
And we don't have any gay bars near enough to my area to make it worthwhile on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, and again,
Otherwise, I probably wouldn't still be a fucking virgin at the age of 26.
Anyway, and again, I don't really like Valentine's Day. Just I don't know. It's never really been a holiday that interests me. Like Halloween's always been the one that's excited me the most in my life.
Halloween and Christmas are definitely tied for the top spot.
But also, I also want to point this out. Like, if you actually look up, there's basically a holiday for every single day.
Yeah, the like unofficial, like bureaucratically appointed holidays.
Like, there's a National Hamburger Day. I found that out years ago.
Yep, and a National Pizza Day, and a National Garlic Appreciation Day.
Yeah, it's again, I find the holiday itself, like Valentine's Day specifically, just kind of to be a little overblown, in my opinion. Again, that's just my personal opinion.
I mean, at most it makes me feel lonely and makes me have to deal with the familiar mental droning of you're going to die alone, you're going to die alone, you're going to die alone. God damn it. But even so, I don't begrudge the day itself that problem. It's just a periodic reminder of, by the way, you're still a virgin at the age of 26, and you probably are never gonna get laid, you idiot. But that's
That is a weird way of looking at it, but okay. Again, it's like that kind of thing of like so many people have put so much stock into this is that I just kind of when I look at it like that and like I see so many people like just again, it's like that thing of like it's the opposite of bandwagoning.
hmm
You see so many people there, I get turned off by it.
yeah. As usual, most of my love and respect for holidays comes from the fact that they're pretty much all tied to some strain of lore or other.
Yeah.
And and
Um,
I'm the type of person who's like, this day has been significant for 2000 and plus years, and I'm not going to meddle with it.
I'm not dissing that. It's just again, I think it's more so the people that kind of ruined it for me, if anything. If that makes any sense.
Mm.
Oh, Edward, the low profile holidays are good. No pressure. Oh, okay. That's weird. No, I'm the spirit.
My phone is an asshole, and or StreamYard is an asshole because reasons.
Somehow, I don't know why my mind automatically thought you accidentally hit the leave button.
No, I opened up the chat to see what Ed had said, and apparently StreamYard was just like, no, you aren't allowed to do that, and also be on the stream. Kick.
Okay. But yeah. Anyway, shall we get to the article itself?
We shall.
Right. These two articles that we're going to see are ones that Dalton sent me. This from the Seattle Times. Valentine's Day Movie Guide: The Good, the Bad, and the Cringy. This is published February 10th, 2022. Written by Quina Liu.
Okay. Obligatory holiday top 10 list.
I don't know if it's top 10, but 7. It's 7, I think.
Oh, they couldn't even make it to 10. Come on.
Or 14.
That would have also been thematically appropriate.
All right. Anyway, shall we?
Yes.
All right. It's officially 10 months until Christmas. Michael Bolton, self-proclaimed undisputed king of Valentine's Day, reminded us in a 2017 Netflix special. So, in keeping with Seattle Times tradition, we're extending our holiday movie capsule reviews to Valentine's Day. Unfortunately, there's a lack of diversity in films specifically about Valentine's Day, which primarily featured white leads and straight couples. Okay, at that point, I could kind of understand what they mean by diversity of films about Valentine's Day.
I mean, to some degree, I get it, but it's like diversity isn't inherently a moral like
Right.
it's only a moral axiom for the people who believe in the ideology of social justice.
Right.
And
What
like
I assumed, what I had hoped to assume of the diversity was, again, a lack of narrative or story diversity.
well, I mean, I the only diversity that matters, as everyone has said often enough, is diversity of thought. But point being, I think what these people mean is the diversity of demographics.
Yeah,
And
that's actually what they said.
yeah, even speaking as a gay guy who very much would like to see some more mainstream gay romance movies, you can fuck off.
Yeah. Um, I just want some actually. Honestly, I'm not even a big romance movie guy, but I would prefer diversity of story, just because they're all the same. They really are.
Yeah.
Pretty boring too.
Boy, boy or girl meets other boy or girl, and they shag and they romance, and there's a annoying second act misunderstanding that always gets blown over the second they do what ordinary humans do and talk to each other like normal human beings, and then happy ending
Like,
and rinse repeat, and we all go home.
anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Here are 7 potential offerings to choose from, whether you're snuggling in a love seat with your significant other, teleporting a long distance lover, or celebrating alone with discounted post Valentine's Day chocolates.
Which I definitely do need to do because
I,
that
I,
is probably my favorite part of Valentine's Day is the boxes of chocolate. Don't
I
judge me.
honestly, I say just get better taste because I have eaten some of those and they're maybe it's just me. I don't like the taste of them. They're
Well,
just
it depends on the kind of chocolate you get. Like, you you buy a $2 box of chocolates,
shit.
you're gonna get chocolate flavored cardboard. You buy a $20 box of chocolates, you're gonna get some decent chocolate, and so on and so forth.
Fair.
I tend to splurge on the like more upscale ones,
Okay,
uh,
so
with
well, to be
because
fair, my family.
because I'm a fancy foodie fucker and whatnot. But whatever.
Okay, that'll grant you. Maybe it's just because my family doesn't really do Valentine's Day. Uh,
Hmm.
well, my grandfather though likes to buy that stuff because it's always it's kind of cheap.
I mean, for fuck's sake, any excuse for cheap candy is a good excuse for cheap candy.
To be fair,
There's no shame in that.
I don't even like the Christmas chocolate. Again, the cheap kind.
Yeah. Again, it's like with anything. It's like with anything. You get what you pay for, and crap in, crap out. So
Fair. That's fair.
like speaking of Christmas chocolates, my absolute favorite thing is chocolate covered cherries because they're fucking
Although
delicious.
I despise the chocolate strawberry stuff.
I don't. Yeah, I don't really get the appeal of chocolate strawberries just because you can never eat the entire strawberry because you always have to pull out at least um fucking.
I'm talking like those. I'm talking like those chocolates that got like the strawberry filling in them.
Yeah, I never got that either. As far as
I'm
as
not
far as
a big strawberry guy
as far as chocolate with filling, the correct answer is usually peanut butter
or caramel.
or 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 nuts of some description, whether they be pecans or hazelnuts or
Almond.
something along those lines. Yeah.
Um,
Um, because yeah, I will say they call them chocolate turtles because with the peanut clusters inside them, they look almost like little chocolate turtles. Um, those would happen to be a favorite of mine, as would, and I know this is probably unsurprising given my highfalutin, like Fraser Crane-esque taste and whatnot, but Ferrero Rocher I could probably eat an entire like barrel full of, and I would be happy. Although to be fair, I tend to actually like Riffaletto more than I do Ferrero Rocher, actually, which is the white chocolate, vanilla, and coconut flavored one instead of the hazelnut flavored one because they're fucking heavenly. Yeah. But that's neither here. Now I'm craving chocolate. God damn it! Fortunately, my mom made brownies yesterday, so I might have one of those after this. Yeah.
Right. Sorted by when to watch and a rating scale of 0 to 5 candy hearts. Except we're extremely generous and capable of not giving out candy to everyone.
Okay, but this is like my controversial, cranky old man Valentine's Day opinion, if I have one. Those little chocolate heart thing, or those little like pasty mint heart things that have like words on them and stuff. They taste awful. They do not taste good. I do not know why they continue to exist.
Okay, this is gonna be weird. It's the opposite for me. I like them, but I don't like bite them. I just kind of like like I let them. It's like a jawbreaker,
Yeah, you suck on them, which I suppose is preferable to biting into them, but they just like I don't understand why those are the like bog standard for Valentine's Day. I guess it's similar to how some people feel about candy corn, but
Oh,
I
candy corn, amazing.
yeah, I tend to be of the opposite opinion when it comes to candy corn. Candy corns are fucking amazing, especially if you can get homemade candy corn, which is even better according to everyone I've ever asked about it.
There's homemade candy corn.
You didn't know you could make it from scratch?
No, what the
I,
fuck?
I'm gonna have to send you a video
Uh,
on that now.
do it near October.
Okay, but yeah, yeah, you can make it at home, and it's supposed to be even better than the store bought kind.
Um. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
We have number one, even though this isn't labeled
Right.
uh, or numbered, I guess is a better word.
Hmm.
Michael Bolton's Big Sexy Valentine's Day special from 2017. Apparently, it's on Netflix. I didn't know that.
I didn't. I was not aware this existed.
Okay. Where to watch? Netflix, obviously. Plot. Santa recruits singer Michael Bolton, played by actual Michael Bolton, to save Christmas by hosting a Valentine's Day sexathon to encourage the conception of 75,000 Christmas babies to solve the surplus of toys.
It,
Who the
I
fuck greenlight that?
what? like I like words escaped your mouth, but they did not form anything coherent in my mind. Like what?
I, I'm not reading
And
it again.
and not to be mean or anything, but your first choice on a Valentine's Day list had more to do with Christmas than Valentine's Day.
What the? You know what? I don't even want to know. I don't want to know.
Yeah, it's confusing. I don't. I just what?
I just.
That's not even a yay or nay on the Valentine's Day worthiness of the thing. It's just this the
It's
the
stupid.
the espoused premise here makes no fucking sense.
Two-sentence review. I avoided the special because before this assignment because I'm not a Michael Bolton super fan. I don't even know. I myself don't even know who Michael Bolton is.
I think he's a comedian. I think, but I I got nothing.
Yeah. And I don't usually seek out Valentine's Day movies, but this is special. But this special is amazing, and I regret not watching it sooner. Bolton is extremely earnest in this silly, funny, weird, and not suitable for children movie.
I I still don't know what it's even fucking about. I
Um,
I do know Christmas was mentioned at least twice in the summation, and that strikes me as not something you'd put on a Valentine's Day list, but whatever.
Again, do you want me to read the plot?
No, no, it was confusing and befuddling the first time. I'm not even going to attempt to counted it to the second time.
Um, okay. Notable moment. There are so many moments of comedy cameos from Andy Samberg impersonating Kenny G in a sexually aggressive, sexually suggestive saxophone battle while with actual Kenny G as janitor watches to Phil Forte singing off key as Fulton's twin Michael Fulton. I particularly enjoyed watching Maya Rudolph singing key change in different octaves and key changes into different cameras.
I this sounds like hipster trash. I
Fun fact, Fulton starred as Jack Sparrow in a 3-minute 2011 short film, The Lonely Island, a comedy trio of Andy Samberg, Vika Akiva Schaffer, and Jorma Taccone, cementing their collaborative relationship before this 54-minute spinoff.
Everything about this description gave me cancer. You should feel bad about that.
Watch if you're a big fan of Saturday Night Live, Lonely Island, Red Nose Day, Telethons, or the music of Kenny G and Michael Bolton.
I do like the music of Kenny G, and I will give you that, but
Hey,
it's not worth it.
I don't think I've ever heard anything like Kenny G.
His thing is jazz. I wouldn't expect you to.
I don't mind jazz. I just haven't listened to a lot of it because
Which it's kind of like how a lot of people like Yo-Yo Ma, but people who aren't familiar enough with classical music probably don't know who Yo-Yo Ma is.
I mean, to be fair, the name made me always assume it was a rapper.
It does have a rapper vibe to it, doesn't it? Yeah, I was very confused about that when I first heard the name too. I'm like, the name sounds like the name of a rapper, but the music is classical and awesome. So
Okay, I feel like I have to look up some stuff now. Anyway, the rating is 5 hearts.
I
I feel like that is a total lie.
I am confused. No, very few plots of any movie has ever made me this confused, and everything that this person described of this movie makes me even more confused and also slightly angry.
And it's not even confused in a way that the movie, like the story, the movie itself.
Yeah, no, because there are some movies that make me confused that are awesome. Like there's a really great dark comedy movie called Teaching Miss Tingle, that stars Helen Mirren as an I think she's a history teacher, but she might be an English teacher. But she stars as that one bitchy teacher that everyone had, who is like very who basically treats her high school teaching job as though she's a college professor and and is very pretentious and like up her own ass and kind of hates her own students.
I've never, I never had a teacher like that.
But she plays it like the freaking okay, as an example for someone who hasn't had that kind of teacher. You remember Miss Darvis from High School Musical?
I've blocked out most of High School Musical. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
The drama teacher that was very like overblown and like obviously wanted to be like a Shakespearean style actor, but got stuck being a high school teacher anyway.
Yeah.
It's that kind of teacher. But Helen Mirren plays Miss Tingle almost like she's the freaking Joker. And okay, just to describe the weirdness of teaching Miss Tingle, because it is an awesomely weird movie that will confuse you if you're not paying attention. She assigns this assignment where and this is why I think she might be a history teacher instead of an English teacher, but I don't remember. Um, she assigns this assignment where each student has to give a speech about a era of history or an era of literature, and they have to make a like mock-up or something from it as well. And at one point, um, the main character builds a fully functioning crossbow, but because Miss Tingle has a vendetta against this character, she fails the teacher. She fails the kid anyway, and then her friend, and this the stereotypical school bad boy end up threatening the teacher with said working crossbow and tying her to her bed for 3 days. Wherein she's
Was this
wherein the te-
a thing?
where no wherein the teacher proceeds to psychologically manipulate and torture these children who have to keep her out of sight for 3 days because they broke into her house and threatened her with a crossbow and then tied her to her bed. Um, but she again, Helen Mirren plays t- t- plays the main character Miss Tingle as though she's as though she's Heath Ledger's Joker in a dress, and it's fucking horrifying. Like she gets inside these kids' heads and like tortures them with their deepest darkest secret. And it's all played in this like really over like this really awkward comedic style. It's such a weird movie. So there are weird movies like that where I'm like, this movie is weird and I loved every minute of it. But this description of this comedy special or whatever the fuck it is just makes me confused in a I never want to watch this and it sounds like hipster trash sort of way.
Anyway, moving on.
Hmm.
Number two, I guess, Valentine's Day from 2010.
Oh, this is the this is the one with all the like intersecting stories that are like short stories and Taylor Lautner's in it, with Taylor Swift as his girlfriend, right? I think.
Well, where to watch HBO Max. Plot on a February day in Los Angeles. Valentine's Day weaves together about a dozen love stories featuring a star-studded cast, including Ashton Kutcher, Jessica Alba, Jennifer Gardner, Bradley Cooper, Patrick Dempsey, Emma Roberts, Julia Roberts, Taylor Swift, Taylor Lautner, Anne Hathaway, Jamie Foxx, and Topher Grace.
Yep.
Two-sentence review, unless you had anything to say.
No, this one I actually think probably deserves to be on this list just because there aren't that many Valentine's Day related like things.
Yeah.
And it was for what it was okay. It was basically like a Valentine's Day equivalent to something like Love Actually, but it worked.
Right. This is basically the Love Actually formula applied to Valentine's Day. Despite the overstuffed cast and storylines, I didn't hate it.
I guess jinx for whoever wrote this article because we both made a Love Actually reference.
Notable moment: Edison, Bryce Robinson, adorable pint-sized Romeo shows up at Reed's, Ashton Kutcher's flower shop with $15, which was probably his life savings at this point, and asks for a card and a dozen red roses priced at $55 to be delivered to a girl he likes at his school for Valentine's Day. Can you imagine doing that as a kid and with such confidence? What's up with the cutest kid in the world coming here? And he shorted me, says Reed. Fun fact, there are a lot of Taylor Swift Easter eggs, and it's essentially viewing for anyone on their way into Taylor Swift fandom. Her favorite lucky number 13 makes an appearance on the back of a jersey. At one point, a character tells a TV reporter that she's not a cheerleader, referencing a lyric from her 2008 hit "You Belong With Me." At the time of filming, she was dating her off-screen boyfriend, Taylor Lautner, and even gave him a shout-out on Saturday Night Live in 2009. The movie ends with "Today Was a Fairy Tale," a song she wrote specifically for the movie, which was later released on her album "Fearless," Taylor's version, in 2021.
Hmm. Also, fun fact, because this was the era where Taylor Lautner was hot, and was constantly asked to remove his shirt in all the movies he was in. They wrote in a subplot in this movie where his character is this like really big jock character, but he feels insecure about taking off his shirt.
Watch if you Love Actually and Taylor Swift. Rating is 4.5, mostly because this is classic Taylor Swift lore.
Okay, there's way too much Taylor Swift fandom going on there. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't mind her. I don't mind her as a person necessarily, and I do actually like a couple of her songs, particularly "You Belong with Me," because there's this really sweet gay music video for it on YouTube, which everyone should watch. And there's also a gay version of it done by the band the Yellow Jackets, which is adorable. But but there's way too much Taylor Swift fandom going on in this part of the article.
Mm.
Moving forward.
Number 3, My Perfect Romance from 2018.
I don't think I saw this one.
Where to watch? Netflix. Plot: Vivian Blair, Kimberly Sue Murray, is a data scientist who pitches and engineers a dating service only to find that in order to promote it for her company's Valentine's Day launch, she and her boss, CEO Wes Robinson of Robinson Technologies, must test it out separately with a series of cringy dates broadcast on local television. Fuck that. Like actual real world thing? Hell no.
Mm.
But I don't really have anything to say to the plot.
Mm. Yeah, I don't think I would like this movie. I expected there would be more chick flicks on this list, to be honest with you. And yes, you're gonna probably make all sorts of gay jokes when I'm finished saying this, but I really have a soft spot for like cheesy chick flicks, particularly the movie 27 Dresses, um the movie Julie and Julia, and the movie How Stella Got Her Groove Back. And I even can tolerate, although I have to be in a certain mood to watch it, When in Rome. If you're not familiar with chick flicks, you're probably wondering what the fuck When in
I,
Rome is. But
I'm not. I'm not.
but yeah, being as I am the token gay one here, it's probably unsurprising that I like a lot of chick flicks. I expected there to be more chick flicks here. Also, you didn't mention Pretty Woman, uh, When Harry Met Sally, or what's the other one?
I mean, they haven't done it yet, so you might be when you're
Yeah,
freaking off. So
yeah, Breakfast at Tiffany. But I I'm surprised those didn't get mentioned yet. But I might be surprised they might be the next ones. Who knows? Moving on.
yeah, 2 sentence review. The extremely distracting and obnoxious hold music-esque soundtrack and sound effects made it feel like I was watching a sitcom. However, the sound mixing was still more interesting than the predictable plot, acting, script, or anything else in the film. I'd rather just listen to the film's soundtrack, which sounds like paint drying, and enjoy the rest of the film.
I mean, I'm I'm sure it's not good if that's the review. So no no argument necessarily from me. But I would have preferred this list be mostly good movies. But what do I know?
Um, Notable moment, I wish there was one. Fun fact, this made for television movie was based on the Harley Quinn romance novel Fortune's Perfect Valentine by Stella Bagwell.
Ah,
Not Harley Quinn, Harlequin.
yeah, Harlequin romance.
Right. Watch it if you're writing or baking or just need bland background noise so your apartment isn't so silent.
Or just pop on a Meg Ryan movie. Most Meg Ryan movies would fit this list pretty well, probably.
Rating 1 because we're required to give a Valentine's Day card to everyone in class. Moving on, number 4, I think. Or is this? Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4. Holiday, 2020. Netflix, where to watch Netflix plot. Single Scrooge's Sloane, Emma Roberts, and Jackson, Luke Bracey, meet in the returns line on Boxing Day at the mall after a terrible Christmas. To avoid further awkward family gatherings, they promise to become each other's platonic holidates for the rest of the year or until they find a serious relationship.
This is the second movie on this list that has more to do with Christmas than it does.
It's a romance movie, which I guess counts technically.
I mean, sure, but given the sheer number of romance movies that do revolve around Valentine's Day, you couldn't find a Valentine's Day themed one or more Valentine's Day themed ones. Yeah, or at the very least, like a homecoming dance themed one or a Sadie Hawkins dance theme. Like, there's so many movies that revolve around occasions that aren't like romance movies that revolve around occasions that aren't Christmas, and yet two of your Valentine's Day themed list movies are more Christmas themed than they are
It's a movie.
Valentine's Day themed.
It's a movie to watch on Valentine's Day, not necessarily correlates with Valentine's Day.
I know, but it's like a little effort into the theming would be appreciated. At the very least, save these two movies for the inevitable Christmas movie list that you'll have to make in a couple months.
Personally, I don't care one way or the other, so. 2 cents review. Okay, so this is a Christmas movie, and we've already reviewed it in our 2020 Netflix Christmas movie roundup. This is included here because it comes up if you search Valentine's Day movies on Netflix.
See, this you already. Not only could you have just saved this for another list because it would have been more Christmas themed, you already did. What the actual fuck? Like it. This has nothing even to do necessarily with Valentine's Day. This just is incompetence. Incompetence pisses me off no matter how it functions or how it's demonstrated. Jesus Christ. Moving on.
I have a soft spot for Kristen Chenoweth and Emma Roberts after years of Glee and American Horror Story, which made this predictable, cliche movie more watchable.
Okay, fair enough. Kristen Chenoweth is usually a win.
I don't know who that is.
She was the original Glinda the Good Witch in Wicked when it was first performed on Broadway. She played Maleficent in Disney's Descendants, and she played Astara in American Gods.
Okay, you could have just said those last two, because I didn't know the first one. Because
I was going off of like her big, memorable things.
I didn't. I've never seen Wicked. I've listened to it. I've listened to the soundtrack, but never seen the actual play.
Yeah, she was the one that originally played Glinda. Just like
Granted, I was kind of forced to listen to the soundtrack.
what?
School.
In what context were you forced to listen to the soundtrack to Wicked in school?
Music class.
Okay, your music class had much better taste than mine did.
I'm also younger, so.
Fair play. I wish we could have listened to musical scores and soundtracks in music class.
Was it a music class or was it just it was a class that revolved around yeah, it was a music class. I don't remember what grade though. It was a long while ago, I know that.
Yeah, regardless, your music class or this hypothetical music class is better than every other music class I've ever taken. Because I would have literally killed someone if we could have listened to, for example, the Phantom of the Opera soundtrack in a music class that I took. But we never fucking did. Now, granted, I also like classical music, so I'm not hurting when it comes to music classes because I like jazz and I like classical music but
Honestly, I didn't really. I think it was like when I was in elementary school or something. I was
so you were too young to appreciate it. The same.
well that, and also it's just we never really did much in that class,
Hmm.
and I wasn't musically inclined, so.
Hmm. I remember watching a couple good movies in music class. Actually, there was a biopic about Beethoven. I remember watching in music class.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We watched one too.
I wonder if it was the same one.
Uh,
Because there can't be that many biopics about Beethoven, can there?
it revolves around a person who knew Beethoven, like a boy. That's all I
I
remember.
remember that. All I remember in regards to the Beethoven the Beethoven biopic that we watched was there was a scene where um, Beethoven was angry because the metronome was off cue, and he was yelling at somebody who um, who had messed up the metronome.
Wait, was Beethoven the one that was deaf?
Yes.
Okay, the same person. Okay, okay. We might have seen two very different biopics then, because something else.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's deaf, and in fact, in the scene I'm thinking of, there's a line where the person who's in charge of his orchestra says something to the effect of, the metronome was invented to keep time, and Beethoven says something to the effect of, who do you think it was invented for?
Anyway, um, fun fact. All right, notable moment. On Valentine's Day, Robert's character runs into her ex and his much younger new girlfriend at a chocolate store, and Jackson just happens to be there to pretend to be her boyfriend and save the day. This scene should give you a good sense of the type of cliche scenes you can expect.
I mean, if romance movies are your guilty pleasure, I have no beef with you because, like I said, I enjoy a lot of really cliche, like rom-com sort of movies. Like I've seen, I think all major Meg Ryan movies, and they are the hot trash of the romance genre.
Anyway,
Let's be perfectly honest with ourselves. Not to mention the glitzy high gloss trash that is Kate and Leopold.
You done?
Yeah, that's another story for another day. Moving on.
Fun fact: while Ryan Gosling is repeatedly mentioned in the film, he does not make a cameo. Meet the film's Gosling look-alike, Chad Zygmunt, who had been seen shopping in the frozen food section in a grocery store behind Sloane as she screams. Ryan Gosling would never do his own shopping.
See, that's a bit of a wasted potential. If you're gonna have all these references to Ryan Gosling, he should show up at some point. But playing a completely different character than Ryan Gosling, just have him play somebody who looks like himself.
Watch it if you had a choice between this or My Perfect Romance.
Moving on.
Rating 2.5. This is a weird one. Number 5. My Bloody Valentine 3D. 2009.
I mean, if you're interested in a Valentine's Day horror movie, then why not?
Where to watch? HBO Max. Plot. A year after a mining accident where Harry Warden killed fellow trapped miners in order to conserve oxygen, Warden wakes up from a coma on Valentine's Day and leaves a trail of blood at the hospital, including a bloody human heart in a heart-shaped box of Valentine's Day chocolates. Returning to the mine, he kills teenagers at a Valentine's Day party. Tom Henninger, Jensen Ackles, and 3 of his friends miraculously survive the massacre. However, 10 years later, on Valentine's Day, long after Warden's death, a copycat killer and a string of murders reunite the 4 former friends. I don't really have anything to say. 2-sentence review. I watched Stallone from an old tiny laptop screen in 2D in a well-lit room that I could almost fantasize about pre-pandemic times. When I might have ordered a tub of buttery popcorn and a box of Sour Patch Kids and buried my head in somewhere dark during jump scares and scenes where pickaxe went through someone's 3D skull inside a dark movie theater. Okay, hi. I've been to the movie theater like literally last month. It's not as bad as you make it sound.
Yeah, this was written in 2022, right? Like
No, yeah,
on February 10th. Yeah,
yep.
we're not in pandemic times anymore.
I mean, there are some places that are still acting like it, sure, but
Yeah, but nobody gives a fuck about the Omicron variant. Nobody. No point. Yet. Nobody.
plus I still have my mask, just in case.
We still have to wear them out in public too, I think, because although to be fair, my only evidence for this is going to the doctor's office the other day, and it makes sense that they'd still have to wear them there.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Like, I
The
get that.
doctor's office, so duh.
I mean,
But
I've gone out a few times, and I mean, I put it on when I go into like certain stores that still have the mask mandate on them, with the signs.
But I a couple months ago when we went to the PA Brand Fair, they didn't really make us or enforce us to wear masks. So we basically went that entire weekend without a mask being an issue, and it was nice. So yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that this bad 1981 remake still felt dated. Think Jaws, Twin Peaks, or Stranger Things. Helps transport you back in time. Side note, this was a welcome palate cleanser from the back-to-back rom-coms.
That's fair enough. If rom-coms aren't your thing, I can see the like horror spin being preferable.
Yeah, notable moment. This is a very violent and gory R-rated film, and there are unnecessary scenes, including an especially uncomfortable and drawn-out death scene beginning with a weird woman chasing a man out of a hotel room after he filmed their sexual encounter. Fun fact, The Noble Moment was actually written with a lot less nudity. Script called for her to be covered with a bedsheet, but actress Betsy Rue has talked about the nude scene in interviews, admitting that it was her idea and that it felt more natural. Oh. I think all those fuckheads that would shame this, it was the woman's idea to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, so cue all the feminist articles saying she has the internalized misogyny.
No, I barely remember this movie. Like I saw a few like the promo, like TV spots and stuff, but
see, that surprises me because with you and your horror fixation, I almost could see
okay,
this being like your go-to.
fine. Again, this came out in 2009.
Oh yeah, I guess that was a bit before your time, or at least when you would have been paying attention to stuff like this.
Yeah. Plus, I wasn't okay. 2009. I was 9 or well 8 to 9 years old.
Yeah, I was in middle school, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I was still not big into. There's a certain branch of horror that I like, and it's not really this.
Hmm.
Watch if you love 80s horror movies and slash effects rating 2.5.
Honestly, I kind of want somebody to do like especially given the Lupercalia stuff we went over last week. I kind of want Michael Dougherty, the guy behind Trick or Treat and Krampus, to do a Killer Cupid type movie, or maybe maybe a Killer Bacchus movie would be more
Accurate.
sensible, because Bacchus / Dionysus was always responsible for the poet's madness, quote unquote. So that sort of does fit with the thing, and I mean there's a lot that can be made with like wolf symbolism and wolf folklore and stuff too. So yeah, somebody get Michael Dougherty on the line and tell him to do yet another supernaturally themed like holiday movie.
Oh, hey, Corrupt. Sorry, I did not see you there. I just now checked the comments.
Oh, yo, corrupt.
Yeah. So, Yo, we said that at 8:39, then at 8:49. I caught it, but it wasn't a big deal. They was talking about COVID. And then 8:51. Horror is my thing, to be honest.
Hmm.
Yeah.
By the way, corrupt. Do you want us to send you the link so you can get on here?
Yeah. One sec, man. Shit. I did send it. Huh. Hang on 1 second. Okay, sent it. Anyway, wait for Corrupt.
Yep.
Let's continue. Valentine's Day. Valentine's again. 2017. Where to watch? Apple TV Plus. Plot after her Valentine's Day date abandons her with look, corrupt. And there he goes.
I'm assuming he's having a mic issue. Maybe.
Just disappeared. Uh, after her Valentine's. Hello. Grump, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear him either. That is not just me. I think you might be having mic issues, dude.
Yeah, he just said shit in the chat.
Uh-huh. Okay.
In the private chat.
Technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess after a Valentine's Day date, abandons her with a check during dinner. Advertising executive Kat, Nikki Whelan, meets Marania Sirtis, a witch who helps Kat relive Valentine's Day over and over again until she connects with the man in her life who meets her needs.
So it's Groundhog Day / Christmas Every Day / it's a time loop movie. Is what I'm getting. I kind of expected that from the title. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Corrupt.
What's up?
Hey, everybody. What's going on? What did I miss?
We're doing a Valentine's Day show.
Nice.
How was yours?
Terrible. So this is like that. All my relationships have all ended terribly, except for one where the girl and I mutually agreed to not go out with each other anymore. All of them have been terrible. So this is the perfect episode for me. There you go.
Yeah, my ex-boyfriend and I were like that. We both just kind of decided it wasn't working after a year of being together and like broke it off.
I've been a bachelor my whole life, so.
You would think for somebody who likes men as much as I do, I'd have gone out with a single guy, but no, I haven't. Only been out with chicks.
Wait, were you telling me all those things about your ex-boyfriend?
I always forget about him.
I think, given your description of him, you might be repressing memories.
I always forget about him. There was this guy I used to go out with who was really, really boring. So that was basically who I went out with. It was this guy who was really, really dull. He was like your proto SJW. He was boring as fuck. And we didn't do anything whenever I talked to him. So yeah, I guess he would count as like the only guy I'd ever been out with. Other than that,
didn't you end up lending him like $100 and he completely stiffed you on it?
I bought him something. Did I lend him money? No, I bought him I bought him something that was kind of expensive. Wait, did I loan him money? I don't even remember. It was so long ago. It was like 5 years ago.
Yeah, I just remember you telling me a story about how much of an actually privileged asshole he was, that you lent him $100 and he never felt the need to pay you back.
I think I did loan him money, but he never paid me back. I don't think it was $100, but honestly, I don't remember because it was so long ago. Like he was his parents were like really rich, and he was one of these spoiled like vegan like kids who wanted to like.
Oh, he was one of those upper middle class assholes who thinks the rich is everyone richer than me, basically.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, he was like spoiled and like upper class. He was like spoiled, but he pretended he wasn't. And he wanted to rebel against his father and shit. It was fucking cringe, honestly.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot of hipster vibes. The hipster is strong with this one.
Yeah, he was a fucking hipster. Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway, we
sorry
probably,
about
we probably should get back to the article though.
sorry about hijacking your the thing there.
No, you're fine. It's always a pleasure to have you on. I wish we could have you on more if it weren't for the fact that your body likes to fall apart even faster than mine does half the time. just never thought I would ever meet anybody more immunely compromised than me who could still like function and shit. But the world is a crazy place.
Yep. Descent's review of Valentine's again. You'll feel like you've already seen this movie before. Right in the lit, a freeze frame of any scene of this made-for-TV cookie-cutter Groundhog's Day esque movie could be used as a corporate stock photo.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking. Was it was a Groundhog Day ripoff or something, which makes sense. And, I mean, it's not the only holiday time loop based movie. I mean, there are a bunch of movies that are just called Christmas Every Day that basically do the plot of Groundhog Day but Christmas because people love Christmas and want it to last forever and whatnot. So yeah, that makes sense. Although I have to say I probably would enjoy this just because I'm in easy lay for holiday related stuff like this, so maybe
Ooh,
I
you're
would.
an easy lay. Is that true?
I thought it, but I didn't want to say it.
Wow. Come
I-
see me sometime, Dalton.
No, not that kind of easy way, and also we we tried that whole shenanigans once and it didn't go well, so no.
Hey.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, moving on.
Side note, to make viewing more fun, this would be a good movie to fill in a blank bingo card in advance with personal plot predictions. Here's a free space to get started. This movie features a florist. I mean, that's every romance movie.
Yeah, but it's either the high-powered like executive that does nothing in particular, like high-powered nondescript executive lady, bingo, or down on her luck like independent entrepreneur woman is another one, or basically Meg Ryan is basically her own trope at this point because every Meg Ryan movie is one of these like cheesy rom-com things. Although again, speaking as the gay one, I actually have a kind of soft spot for the hot trash that are Meg Ryan movies, especially Kate and Leopold. But that's a different story for a different day.
I think
Moving
I'm
on.
straight to know what those movies are.
What? Hey, you're not alone. I like cock too, but holy shit, that's too gay for me.
Well, I mean to be fair, I am also a fan of like musical theater and shit. So I can be very stereotypically gay at times.
It depends on the musical. Anyway, notable moments. Here's a slight plot hole. This film paints Bradley, Cat's perfect man on paper, to be evil because he's allergic to dogs. He's supposedly so allergic, in fact, that he sneezes the first time he sees a smartphone photo of Cat's adorable Australian Shepherd, Zach. If he's so allergic, wouldn't he be sneezing throughout the date with Cat? Also, how does Cat get around without being covered in dog fur all the time? I'm asking for a friend who has a shepherd mix.
Yeah, my youngest brother got a golden retriever, and his hair is fucking everywhere all the time. That's a very
I,
good question, actually.
I
Uh,
yeah, I used to have a dog, and
I have a cat and like it sheds. There's hair, like it sheds, and you have to clean up the hair.
any type of mammal pet you have will shed hair.
Yeah, pet fur is a thing, and it is the bane of anyone who wants to like maintain a like clean appearance.
Pretty much, like the hair, like cat and animal hair just gets everywhere, and you have to like clean that shit off.
Yeah, I have two cats. One is basically all black, and the other is uh a little golden tabby. And
Uh,
between the two of them, like basically all my clothes will end up with some cat hair on them throughout the
if
day.
if the other one was white, I was gonna ask you if they have race wars and shit.
Isis doesn't really like Charlie because he came after she did, and she feels like he's a threat to her dominance or something. And also, he likes to eat all of her food, so maybe she has her reasons for not liking him.
I can
Um,
see that.
but Charlie, it basically is one-sided. Charlie's hate though is mostly directed at the dog because when my brother's dog was a little puppy, they used to play, and it was a fairly even fight because Charlie is a fairly big cat, and Knox, of course, was a little puppy at the time. But as Knox got older, uh, he got bigger and didn't realize that he got bigger. So now, when he wants to play with the cat ends up almost digging his eyes out because he doesn't realize how much bigger he is than the cat. Which is actually kind of funny because otherwise Charlie is the most laid back cat ever. Like he is the kind of cat that you can throw halfway across the room and he'll just look at you like, that was fun. Can we do it again?
Oh shit!
Yeah. Isis is more particularly my cat though. She's always been one of those one person cats.
Oh,
Yeah. She's my little girl, but she tolerates everyone else.
all right. This creature here doesn't tolerate anybody, but he likes sleeping on everything.
What kind of cat do you have? Just out of curiosity. This became a complete sidebar now. Jesus,
And
but
like, it's black and white. He's black and white. And he's like really huge and tall.
oh,
Like
he's a little Sylvester cat.
yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
Also, this is kind of screwed up. But I wonder if they threw the black guy in there so the entire cast wouldn't be all white. Talking about the Cyrano advertisement that was on the screen like a few minutes ago.
In this day and age, I I would almost I would almost say that's automatically confirmed. I mean, for fuck's sake, they diversity casted the Sandman for crying out loud. I'm saying that mostly as a flippant joke. I'm not one of those people who complains about the diversification of the Sandman cast because it's dumb, but still. It looks like Netflix is going to completely ruin my favorite comic, so I get to be angry about it. God damn it.
I don't blame you. I was angry about Cowboy Bebop, so
Oh god. And we all can grieve for the corpse of the once beautiful thing that was Death Note.
pretty much like
I'll be honest, I was never a big Death Note fan.
You Philistine.
every time I look at I don't know why this is so random. Every time I look at like Brainstormer's avatar of like is that the Batman who laughs or whatever with 3D
Yeah.
goggles?
Well, they were actually supposed to be those old-fashioned 3D glasses,
Yeah.
but I pressed an inverted image and it basically became black and white. So now they're shades, I guess.
I don't know why. It's just like that's the first thing I noticed about Brainstormers, like Avatar. It's just 3D shit, the old 3D shades that he's wearing.
Yeah, but I'm not really a big fan of Death Note.
Like
Oh, fine.
I'm like, I like it.
I
No.
don't think it's a bad series. It's just, again, it's like with a lot of things. It's like it's kind of anti bandwagoning for me. It's like I see so many people like crowd around this thing. It kind of turns me off to it.
Oh, okay, I get you. Like if he, okay, that's how I am with things too. Like if something's really popular, like
Mhm.
it's hard to like it. I can get that. I can get behind that.
Death Note is my favorite anime, but it has a shitty ending.
It does have a shitty ending.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. It's just, again, it's just not. It's also not really something I was ever really like when I tried to get into it. I just couldn't.
I can see that.
Hmm.
If you like, I heard you like horror. You might like Parasite the Maxim.
So yeah, again, it's a very specific brand of horror that I like. Like I'm a big fan of like kind of classic slasher films.
Parasite the Maxim is kind of like body horror with a slasher sort of vibe to it.
Yeah, it's either that or horror comedies. Like
Yeah.
it's really those two that I'm really into.
But in any case, we probably should get back to the article because we've got another article to do, and then we've got a top 5 list to do.
All right.
Fun fact: this film has an alternate title and it's called "Once Upon a Winter's Date" on Apple TV. Watch it if you like dogs and need a predictable film with a happy ending. Rating of 3. I gave it a higher rating than it deserved because it features some very cute dogs.
I would judge the person for that, but nobody is immune to the power of cute. So yeah.
I'm just
Well,
reminded of my dog, and now I'm sad.
I'm gonna be an asshole and be like, "That's fucking lame. You should have."
Yeah, but you know, it's when you get right down to it, these kind of romance movies are guilty pleasures anyway. So it's sort of
I agree.
sort of semantics to rank them above or below each other.
To be fair, again, I'm not a big romance genre kind of guy. It's like the same thing with, well, actually, it's just because like often they're really bad.
What?
Well, romance movies, they're never good or anything.
I've always seen romance movies as being kind of like in between. Like they're either like really mediocre or okay. But then I'm not really into romance movies, so like I'm pretty
Exactly.
I generally speaking have a soft spot for chick flicks, a lot of which are rom-coms. So I can tolerate rom-coms because I can kind of enjoy them in a self-aware sort of so bad it's good kind of way a lot of the time. Maybe it is just that part of me that is very stereotypically gay, but yeah, I don't mind romance movies necessarily, and when it comes to like romance novels, my Wattpad library is a wall to wall is a wall to wall assertion of gayness.
You have a Wattpad?
Yeah, I have a Wattpad account.
I have a Wattpad account.
Yeah,
I used to. I used it to write a story on there once when I was like a teenager.
Oh, what is it about? What was it about?
It was supposed to be like an epic fantasy story.
Oh, I thought it was something cringy like vampires versus dragons or something.
No, it's supposed to be like an epic fantasy. I find it cringy just because like it's one of my earlier works.
No, it was like like a vampire dragon romance novel. Or
Okay, one thing I will say this: I was a lot more mature for my age, but I was still a novice when it came to writing.
And you had a little bit of an edgy streak.
It wasn't.
I read.
To be fair, again, most of my classmates always said that I was like an 85 or 6-year-old in a teenager in like a 16-year-old's body.
I don't know. You don't come off as like super edgy to me.
I wasn't talking about edgy. I was just talking about like how I acted.
Oh, because you're kind of an old.
But in any case, it's still better than 99% of what's on Wattpad. To be fair,
most of what is on Wattpad is like shit that like 13 to 12-year-old girls write.
yeah, and like romantic / fiction and shit.
Pretty much. My analytics are weird because like most of the people who read my shit are like either teenagers or people who are like in their 20s.
I've never posted anything on Wattpad. I mostly just read stuff, and let's say there is no shortage of my preferred like romance story on Wattpad, because like 90% of the gay romance stories you'll find on Wattpad are the like stereotypical overprotective jock and shy nerd stories. So
I could smell his masculinity. It smelled like cheap perfume.
I don't think I've ever read anyone that gets that bad, but fair play. Anyway, let's finish off this article and move on to the next one.
To be fair, I mostly read stuff on fanfiction.net. Actually,
Arguably worse, but I'm not going to judge.
I'm actually really
arguably worse. That's harsh.
Actually, I'm really lucky that I've actually read like some really good fan fictions. Like I'd honestly call them like novel worthy.
There are the rare ones like that. Even on Wattpad, there was one gay romance story on Wattpad that was called like Perception or something like that. And I think it actually ended up getting discovered by a literary agent and drafted into a book, which annoyed me because it meant that the portion of it that was for free on Wattpad got pulled, and I couldn't finish the story. And I was just too indignant to actually pay for the fucking thing.
Like gay demon romance. Like what was Perception about? What was that about?
It was set in Germany of all places, and it was that same sort of stereotypical, like the overprotective jock and the like shy nerd, but it had a lot of interesting twists to it.
Was it a period piece?
No, not really. No, but it was.
Lost me.
Say that again, Brainstormer.
You've lost me. Now you've lost me.
It wasn't a period piece.
Okay.
Well, I'm kind of glad. I don't know.
Well, no, my
oh, shit. Hold on.
The way I was like picturing it was,
Hello?
Yeah.
I can't hear anything. Crap. Hold on.
We can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay.
I like the fact that it isn't a period piece. I don't know, like.
Well, the period piece idea that came to mind about it was set in, 1930s, 40s Germany.
With like discrimination and shit.
Your edgy boy thing is showing.
No, it's just I don't think it's edgy or anything. I just think it'd be an interesting story.
I mean in better, more sane artistic times maybe, but in this day and age it would
that's fair.
It would turn into
oppression porn.
We saw each other through the concentration camp bars and immediately fell in love or some shit. Like you laugh, but you know damn well somebody would do that.
I mean,
especially in this day and age.
Here's my thing, right? I refer to that type of stuff as oppression porn because I mean that's basically what it is. It's like exploiting like oppression or like discrimination and making money out of it. I don't know. I don't care for that.
It's the sociological equivalent of torture porn, basically.
Yeah, it is.
Uh,
It basically is, and I'm kind of
That
tired.
is my fault. That is my fault. I thought for a brief moment I forgot that we were in very stupid times.
Well, I mean, if you wrote a story like that, I would read it because you can do stories like that without making it a fucking oppression Olympic melodrama.
As he
But-
rammed me harder, all I could think of was my fellow Jews in Auschwitz.
What the fuck?
And I remember the last day we spent together right before he was sent into the gas chamber.
What the fuck?
Like you.
Y'all are some weird motherfuckers.
Okay,
He called me his little Fraulein.
we've just been on the internet longer than you, and we've been exposed to social justice longer than you, and this is the kind of shit they write, and it's
Pretty much. Yeah,
fucking it's both amusing and horrifying at the same time. Like
I'm honestly glad I've somewhat kept my innocence on the internet.
because that's basically what the internet is like, man.
I mean, I don't actively look for it, so that might be the difference.
That's fair. Also,
the problem, though, as we all know, is that social justice doesn't just stay in its own little corner. It
permeates.
It consumes and appropriates and assimilates everything it touches.
It permeates everything.
Fair enough.
This liquid that spills all over the place.
Phrasing.
Oh! I didn't even think about that.
Anyway, Joey,
Yes.
Be My Valentine, Charlie Brown, 1975. I've never seen this one.
I didn't even know this existed. Really?
Yeah, there's a Valentine's Day Charlie Brown one. I think they've done most of the major holidays. This one I actually like a lot more than the Christmas one. The Christmas one is heavy-handed religious propaganda, but this one is actually pretty good.
I've seen all the. I've seen like the Halloween one. I've seen the Christmas one, Thanksgiving one.
I've seen the Great Pumpkin and the Thanksgiving one, but I've never seen the Valentine one.
Yeah, I didn't know that existed until this moment.
I don't think I've watched the entire Valentine's Day one, but I liked what I remember of it.
Hey, did you guys know that there was like a Peanuts movie that came out a few years ago?
Yes, and it was really fucking good, actually. To be
I
honest,
didn't know that.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I knew about it, but I didn't see it.
yeah, it was computer animated, but it wasn't like the aesthetic change wasn't super jarring, and it was actually like really sincere. I was genuinely surprised that a movie like that had been able to be made. Like it's right up there with like the Paddington movies in like my opinion of like if you're going to show movies to kids that are like modern movies, it's one movie you should definitely consider showing your kids.
Anyway, we're watching.
Oh, like the Paddington Bear movie.
Yeah, both of the Paddington movies were also really good and really sincere in their like they were kids movies, but they weren't insufferable kids movies, but they were also they had a very like sincere and wholesome like vibe to them.
All right, so it's not like the Chipmunks movie that's coming.
No, it's not the let's make modern day references, laugh a minute shit.
Or the Rescue Rangers movies that's coming out.
Oh, I saw that there was a trailer for that, but I haven't actually looked at the trailer yet.
I did briefly, and it's honestly reminded me of Happy Time Murders.
judging from the screenshots of it that I've seen, because again I haven't actually watched the trailer because I knew kind of what it was from just the like thumbnails and screenshots and things. It looks like an attempt to do another version of the Chipmunks movies again.
Yeah, pretty much.
And they weren't that good to begin with, god damn it.
There's tons of references to everything in there, like My Little Pony and shit.
Okay, so I just looked up the Peanuts movie. Apparently, it came out in 2015. And
Yeah.
Huh. What's actually surprising, what's more surprising? It's only like an hour and a half long.
Yeah, it's actually a fairly tight movie as far like it's made by people who are definitely fans of the Peanuts is the thing, and that's one thing that really turned me on to it was like because there's so many movies in this day and age that either just take advantage of fans or actively despise their own fan base or try to fix what isn't broken, but no, the Peanuts movie was actually a really nice and sweet send up to like the Peanuts fan base and like IP.
So they did everything that Snyder didn't do.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah. Anyway, but watch Apple TV Plus. Plot: It's Valentine's Day, and Charlie Brown is hoping to receive a briefcase full of Valentine's Day cards. Lucy wants
Schrodinger's.
Thank you. To ask her out. Linus wants his teacher to notice him, and Sally wants Linus to give her a box of Valentine's Day chocolates.
Aw.
That's wholesome.
Yay.
Still, it's the Peanuts, so.
Although to be fair, they could easily go from wholesome to preachy and right into fucking propaganda like they do with the Christmas one. So
I've actually seen some like comics when I'm browsing DeviantArt of like the Peanuts aged up, and they're actually really good.
that surprises me, given the internetness. I sort of was imagining a "oh, you killed my childhood" sort of thing.
Yeah, pretty much. You kind of expect it to be something like Lucy's face explodes and a face hugger like jumps out and eats everybody or something.
Or like Charlie Brown gets morbidly depressed and slits his own wrist or something at the end of the thing or whatnot.
Oh yeah, or like
They did on Guy.
Or like Charlie Brown is like Hitler or something.
Yeah, something along those lines. The only thus far I haven't seen any degeneracy with regards to it is the Kevin and Ed ship from Ed and Eddie. A lot of people ship Kevin and Double B from Ed and Eddie, and it's actually fairly.
Kevin is like this masculine jock, and Eddie and Ed is like Double D is like this like meek docile nerd boy.
Yeah,
I can see why Dalton likes it.
Like, okay, I'm not that hard to figure out. I'm very straightforward once you understand me, and it's
but you're not though.
Take me, my masculine uber male.
You joke, but like I'm not that hard to please with regards to that stuff.
Your large, massive arms, and then call me a faggot as you ram me harder.
Okay, no, because I don't really go for the assholes generally. I prefer the gentle giant teddy bear types, but
giant teddy bear.
Yeah,
call me a poopy head as you ram me harder. How about that?
No, it's more it's more like the fine line between being dominated and being protected is generally where I find we're gonna get into the embarrassing territory here, but I have recently, in the last year or so, discovered male for male ASMRs, and as you can imagine, they have become a addiction for me.
I didn't even know those existed on YouTube.
Okay, I need to send you a channel then called Siren Sun ASMR. Like every single ASMR on that channel is basically some variation on my ideal scenario, and it's adorable.
Come into my arms while I
What
stroke.
what's interesting is that like
Then we can
he
cuddle.
started out doing like these fantasy creature ASMRs, and now he's kind of built an entire like narrative structure around them. It's
I'll
kind
pull
of
you into my arms, and then we can cuddle as we orgasm together.
why do you take things to such a degenerate place? Like, god damn it.
What? That's what.
Like I know that those things exist, but it's at the same time not every version is that type of thing.
I feel like the natural progression of like cuddling with your big bro is. Wait, hold on. Never mind.
I
I left for like a minute. That.
I
Fuck.
yeah I
I feel like the natural conclusion of like cuddling with your big bro is like you guys orgasming together and finishing each other up.
paging Dr. Freud. That's the
Am I
Freudian
wrong?
slip if ever I heard one.
Am I wrong? Come on, like you're cuddling with your big bro.
But
Okay, moving on.
again, paging Dr. Freud, party of corrupt.
I don't see how you're the one who's like, I want a big strong jock man to like cuddle me and treat me like his little brother. I mean, come on.
Okay, no, I didn't. I've never used the phrase "little brother" in my life, ever. In regards to this, again, we're we're approaching a methinks you may have revealed a little bit too much about yourself there, corrupt. But
I'm just saying, like that's what you're telling me. You're like, oh, I want this big strong He-Man to cuddle with me. Am I wrong?
right, but the like incestuous overtones you added in there are a little bit disturbing.
Those were for flavor.
Okay, but it leaves, and this is intentional phrasing, but it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And again, phrasing.
Oh, I hope never to do that.
God, I wish I had. God, I wish I could drink beer.
I mean, you are old enough now. You could conceivably drink a beer if you wanted one, but I wouldn't advise a precedent of drinking on these shows because
Nothing that leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
But I don't drink on personal.
I feel like all the talk of ASMR and bad taste in your mouth kind of like blends together, right?
Well, I mean, it's a Valentine's Day show. People knew what they were getting, presumably.
Yeah, I really wish I could drink sometimes.
But anyway, let's finish the freaking article before we get off into the existential abyss of our romantic preferences again.
2 cents review. Does anyone remember how depressing this 25-minute animated TV short is? It's full of heartbreak and unrequited love. I've never seen it, so I can't really be a judge.
I mean, all the Peanuts have this weirdly like adult edge to them, so that doesn't surprise me.
Okay. Notable moment, and perhaps the cutest moment of the short. Snoopy and Woodstock chomp on Valentine's Day chocolates Linus throws away. Okay, so Snoopy's dying.
Wait, Snoopy like eats chocolate that Linus throws away?
Yeah.
Yes.
So logically speaking, Snoopy's a dog. I get it, cartoon. I'm just that's a joke there.
But yeah, if it weren't for the fact that Snoopy or that's yes, but Snoopy is basically immortal because cartoon dog powers. Um, this would go in a very dark direction here.
I actually had a scare once with my dog.
What if Snoopy just bit the shit out of Lioness?
I
It's just, I don't know. I don't know why that thought just occurred to me.
why?
Weird, corrupt.
A little bit.
No, not a little bit. A whole lot.
All right, children, play back.
Anyway, fun fact. After this originally aired in 1975, children reportedly sent Valentine's Day cards to Charlie Brown.
Aww.
Huh. Watch it if you are under 18, have kids, or are feeling nostalgic.
Honestly, I find that as I grow older, I get a softer and softer spot for the Peanuts, so I'll probably end up watching this at some point.
I'd watch it. As I feel like as I get older, I can appreciate more wholesome things. Whereas before, I was like, this doesn't have gore or violence or like screwed up language, so I can't get into it. But now I find myself able to relax and enjoy things. You know that.
I always found Charlie Brown relatable, but I never really got into the into the habit of like seeking out the Peanut stuff to watch. It always just was like if I found it on, I'd watch it.
So, and Dalton imagines himself as Charlie Brown, and Lioness is just caressing his bald head.
Dude,
no, Lioness is even nerdier than Charlie Brown, but fuck.
Corrupt. That's corrupt.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stop.
But
that was intentional.
In any case, yeah, I always did find a lot of the Peanuts characters relatable. So as a child,
Yeah, just waiting on the other article, the next article to.
All right.
Look.
Yeah.
Tell us more things about your sex life, Dalton.
No.
He doesn't have one though.
The way you asked that made it very clear that whatever I say, you're just going to end up twisting into disturbing imagery again.
I am not. That's a promise. See, I can appreciate something wholesome, like two homies kissing. See, I can appreciate that.
Oh Lord. But
I don't like Valentine's Day.
I already batted for Team Valentine's Day is important last week. So
just because like you weren't here for this, correct? It's kind of similar thing with like again, it's the anti-bandwagon thing. Like I see so many people just clamoring over that holiday. It kind of turns me off to it.
Oh, because a lot of people are like, well, a lot of people have significant others, and it's
no, not that. It's just again, it's just the quantity of people that put so much stock in this thing. It just kind of turns me off to it.
Like, I hate the fact that everyone likes oxygen. I don't want to breathe anymore.
Mm-hmm. Okay, not to that extent, but again, it's just I'm not big on when like something has
something's being popular.
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you like those one kids who are like, I love that band before they got popular, and now I hate them?
No.
He just doesn't like the idea of like mandated affection, which I counterbalanced with it just like every other holiday, the values of any given holiday are worthwhile just on their own. it's worthwhile to set a day aside to kind of go that extra mile for it. Like,
right. I'm not saying like I personally think if you're like in a relationship or something, you should make that person feel like it's Valentine's Day every day.
I see. You don't like the commercial. You don't like how Valentine's Day makes a big deal out of like something that should happen every day.
Yeah, pretty much.
I feel-
But also, and again, like I don't care if anyone else celebrates Valentine's Day. I totally get it.
It's
You
just
know,
not for you.
not for me. No.
I feel like I feel like a lot of that is like two parts. One part is that it's a hugely commercialized holiday, so like that like it, in like corporations and stuff love it because like that means people are gonna buy more and spend
well,
on.
but
You know.
my defense of that, and
Wait, one
I'm
second. Let me finish my second point.
sorry. Go ahead.
No problem, no problem at all. I just my second is that it's kind of just a special holiday. It's like people like it's kind of like a special holiday, and there's like a lot of like history behind it and stuff like that. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and I'd agree with the second point, but I really get annoyed with this whole it's commercialized argument that a lot of people make about basically everything.
Oh, I
Like
agree with you.
every single holiday is like, but it's commercialized, it's commercialized, it's commercialized. Yeah, because the market is filling a void that you asked it to fill, you dicks.
Right.
Well,
And
yeah, I agree.
to be completely honest, it's not even really about the commercialization. It's just again, I personally just don't see the appeal in it because again, there's just so many people that put so much stock in it, and most of the time, those are people that are in relationships that are not. It's a whole complicated thing.
Well, it's like with anything. There are people who are gonna take things too far, but you have to know where your limits are, and as with anything else, enjoy responsibly.
Okay, fair enough. But again, no, you're not really going to change my mind on this. It's just again,
No, and I'm not trying to. I'm for the sake of my philosophical OCD. I'm offering counter arguments because I
um,
tend to I tend to be in the second camp of what Corrupt was just saying of like these days have been this way for thousands of years and they're there for a reason and we should respect them.
I'm not saying that they're not important. I'm just saying like again, I personally am not.
Yeah,
Which,
Uh,
which is fair.
I mean, I don't have an issue. Like personally, I don't have an issue with Valentine's Day. It's just it's another holiday to me.
Mm.
And like I guess it would have more importance to me if I had a significant other at the moment,
Yeah,
preferably one who wasn't crazy and didn't stalk me. But
yeah. We should all be so lucky.
like I mean it sounds hot and then you actually have it happen to you and you're like, this is awful. I can't believe I actually went.
Like on some level, I get it because there is appeal to the idea of someone who loves you so much they don't want to let you out of their sight. But at the same time, it's like in the abstract or in broad strokes, that's okay. But in the like, you've been gone for 5 minutes because you went to the store and I'm texting you 5 times to make sure you're okay thing is a little bit creepy.
She
I
had
think sorry.
no, I was just gonna say she had her little minion like fucking stalk my Facebook. That shit pissed me off, man.
Eek. Gulp.
See, it's the things like that that really turn me off to like actually trying to.
Yeah. And that's sort of where despite my previous defenses of Valentine's Day, that is the one area where I'm like, yeah, I wish I could at least do away with this part, which is because I am usually alone on Valentine's Day, it always reminds me of this. Like, I already have fears about like being unloved and dying alone and shit, and Valentine's Day always tends to exacerbate those.
I feel you on that. I have the same type of concerns too.
Because it's like I just realized this today of like, wait, I'm 26 and I'm still a goddamn virgin. this is mildly depressing in and of itself now. Because if I get to 30 and I'm still a virgin, I might seriously consider just nope, not worth it. Dead.
I kind of feel the same way. I guess my thing is honestly though, I'm somewhat older, so I guess like holidays in general have lost their luster to me. So that's kind of how I feel about pretty much any holiday. I respect and understand their importance and the tradition behind them. It's just that I'm like old and nothing, like everything has kind of lost its magic.
You don't have people to celebrate with, so it's hard to find a way to
Exactly.
make it work.
Exactly, because like when you're like when you're old, oh my god, when you're older and you don't really have anybody to celebrate things with, nothing really has any appeal to you, and you just become kind of jaded about it.
Mm-hmm.
God, I sound like a bitter old man.
Yeah, I was beginning to sense the looming shadow of the black pill somewhere in there.
Dude, yes.
Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say like the only holiday I'm still really invested in is Halloween, mainly because I get to scare people every year. I get to scare at least a couple people, and it's always fun.
Which side note? Next Halloween, you definitely need to wear the mask I gave you.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
Oh, I love this outfit.
Yeah. For Christmas, Dawn got me like a Jason Voorhees hockey mask with like some like paintings of like Superman, the Crow, and Spawn on it.
Yeah,
That's really sweet of you, Dalton.
I found a artist on Etsy who does custom hockey masks, and I was like, yeah, and they already had a crow themed hockey mask just in their store, and I messaged them and was like, could we maybe add a couple things to this? Because
like for the longest time, when he told me like I was getting a gift, because it was a total surprise, I thought it was going to be like an art piece, right?
Like, or knowing you sucks.
Oh my god, there was nothing to get that year. There was nothing of interest. There were no.
Well, and the one of the explicit points of getting him something was to kind of remind him that Christmas gifts are supposed to be special. God damn it!
They're not supposed to be like socks. You're like, oh my god, I got a sweater.
A bed.
I'm sorry,
that sounded worse than I meant it.
Yeah, but point being, I wanted to get him something that would still show him, that Christmas gifts could be special, that wouldn't cost an arm and a leg, because I knew he'd be anal retentive at that if I spent too much. But it ended up only being like $50. So
that's sweet. Like exchanging gifts and whatnot. See, that's what the Christmas spirit is about. This sounds really corny and gay, but that's what the Christmas spirit is about.
Yeah,
giving to your friend. And that's what like Valentine's Day is supposed to be about. Despite like how popular or widespread it may or may not be, like it's a special day where you get to express like all your affection to somebody. Even though like
it doesn't necessarily have to be a significant other either, necessarily.
Yeah, like you can be like, hiya, Dad. Happy Valentine's Day.
My father figures were working that day, so I couldn't really tell him.
And my dad is an asshole, and I haven't spoken to him, or I haven't even talked to him since my last birthday. He messaged me. He texted me on my birthday and said happy birthday, but that's
I feel like as damaged as I am, I'm still like.
My dad's a drug addict, so I'm pretty much in the same boat as you two.
For some reason, I think I have kind of. Well, to be fair, I'm the most optimistic here, I'm sure.
Of the three of us, yes, certainly.
Yeah, you were still
You're the most center and role of the three of us.
you were still tainted by innocence and humanity. Yes, I agree.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult.
Both. Why
Happy
not both?
Valentine's Day.
But anyway, we have another article that needs to be freaking addressed. Because speaking of people who don't appreciate Valentine's Day for stupid cockamamie bullshit reasons, and that wasn't a reference to you, Brainstormer. That was just referring to the stupidity of the people who we are going to be talking about.
See, I didn't think it was about me until you said it wasn't about me.
Becoming Christians.
Yeah, becomingchristians.com.
Oh, this is awful.
For the record, I mean, I realize we can't really show our hands, but say I if you're technically a Christian.
I mean, my family is.
Yeah, I'm kind of. Yeah, my family's kind of. It's weird. I'd say disgruntled Christian.
Wait, aren't you like? I almost said Hispanic, but like,
I'm a lot of things.
You're what?
I'm a lot of things.
Aren't you like? Isn't it kind of like normal that your family would be incredibly like religious?
He's also an inner city kid from Indiana, though, so there is some leeway there.
Well, all right, so we're not super Christian or Catholic or anything. But one thing, my grandfather is Italian. That's actually not my case.
Not really, because like.
Well, okay, he's my step grandfather, but I've known him my whole life, so he's my grandfather.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, like I'm black, so you know my family is fucking religious.
No, that I didn't want to say anything, but just out of curiosity and also the memes. Does your family go to one of those like gospel music singing churches that like
yes
make every sermon like a flash mob basically?
Yes.
The Tyler Perry-ness is strong with this one.
I'm predominantly Hispanic, but I'm also partially white. Irish, to be more exact.
Okay.
Also, might be Native American. I might need to do a blood test on that because my grandmother told me that she had family of a certain Native American tribe. Not entirely sure of that. So,
I've always wanted to do a 23andMe test too, at some point.
Like Dalton, part white and part whiter.
Okay, my dad's family is from Scotland. My mom's family is from the British Isles and France, I think.
Jesus Christ, you're like super white.
Yeah.
The ironic thing is apparently my dad's side of the family Scottish ancestry, according to the genealogy that a teacher of mine actually did for me once. My family actually owned a town in Scotland once, so we're technically at least like 5 generations removed royalty because we were lairds back in Scotland.
Here's a weird like
right.
Here's a weird tidbit about me. Like half of my family is like Korean, so there you go.
Huh.
I did not know that. That is interesting. Anyway, let's knock some evangelical heads around for a change.
Right. Yeah. I guess I'm technically a Christian. It's just disgruntled. I more so have a problem with people who run the religion more so than the actual religion itself.
Yeah, I'm technically Christian too.
As long as it borders on the burn the witch variety, I guess we're fine.
Oh yeah, because that would be you.
Yeah, because this would otherwise get very, very awkward.
Honestly, a stoning would probably work better. Time.
Or
I'm
just
proud of you for thinking statistically, but also fuck you.
Hold on, I'm just saying, like,
Mhm.
you save a lot more time. Just like you just pick up stones and stuff, and like, instead of like setting up that whole pyre thing or a hanging, really.
Or we could just push you over, you know?
Yeah, actually, that would be more cost effective.
Yeah, but where are you gonna find a cliff?
No, just on the ground, man. You shatter like a pane of glass.
Pretty much. Like, I mean, I have issues, but like, Jesus, Dalton, you'd fall apart.
Anyway,
Yeah, well, fuck you too, you narcoleptic asshole.
This is true. I do have really bad narcolepsy.
um,
Like, I've fallen asleep talking to Dalton before, not on purpose, but like my
No,
narcolepsy.
like three separate times he's called me on the phone and wound up falling asleep, and I felt I felt really terrible about it the first couple of times it happened until he told me about the narcolepsy thing.
Yeah, it's really hard. Like, it's really hard to control. Like, I need to take medication for it because if I don't, like, I'll just be talking to people and then like I'll black out and then I'll wake up and then they'll either be gone or or tell me that, oh yeah, I hung up because you fell asleep.
Uh-huh.
anyway, 10 simple but powerful reasons Christians should not celebrate Valentine's Day. This is written
Look,
by.
Brainstormer doesn't have to celebrate Valentine's Day now. He's a Christian.
I mean, I didn't celebrate it before, so.
Yeah, I don't think there's any because of God reasoning here. I think it's just because he doesn't like the bandwagoning. Which, to be fair, is probably a good thing considering your best friend is a filthy heretic in about 500 different ways.
Filthy, you say?
All right, this is written by Josh Wayne Fantado. I don't know how to pronounce that.
I'm going with Josh for the sake of the argument.
Oh, Joshua Infantado.
Okay, so Josh.
Okay. Published January 27th, 2016.
Yeah. And just for the sake of the viewership, yeah, around these parts, we don't just bash SJWs, we bash all kinds of moral authoritarians. And just because the SJWs are the ones currently in power doesn't mean that the right-wing traditionalists of yesteryear get a pass.
Yes, I agree with that.
Everyone is viable for scrutiny.
Yeah, held to the same standard because regardless of whether you want something banned because it's problematic or because it's sinful, the correct answer is fuck your morality. It has no bearing here.
The only real difference though is that like ultra hardcore like Bible thumping super Christians are kind of boring to make fun of. Whereas,
well, I mean, yeah, but
some chick with like 4 flavors of hair and like 20 pronouns is probably much more fun to make fun of.
Well, I mean, sure, but that's because the like evangelical family values brigade lost steam sometime in the early 2000s, whereas the social justice occupation is just getting going.
Right.
But if we do ever beat the SJWs, I have a strong feeling that some portion of the moral oomph might go back to the family values twits. So
fair enough.
Part of the reason why I try to be as consistent as possible about this, because I've seen a lot of people who are friends of ours that are on the more conservative side who are like, well, yeah, I thought the family values guys were bad, but then I saw what the SJWs do, and now I'm thinking that maybe they had a point, and I'm like, yeah, no. Just because the other side is now fucked up does not mean the previous side that you went away from is now more viable.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
again, regardless of whether you call the things that you find morally objectionable problematic or sinful, it's the same argument. It just happens to be with a different rhetorical MacGuffin.
I agree.
Um.
Let's get into the article.
Yep.
Damn, I thought I had something, but no. Valentine's Day is among the most popular Christian holidays in the world today. However, what's popular does not automatically mean it's acceptable to God.
Why should anyone be under any obligation to give a fuck?
As a Christian, I feel very
Okay, but like this is the thing about the for God argument, because if God has such a goddamn bug up his ass about this kind of shit, then send goddamn angels, dude. Like you're supposed to be freaking omnipotent, and yet you can't be arsed to speak for yourself. It's always priests and freaking televangelists speaking for God, and they can't ever seem to agree with each other. But even assuming that the Christian God exists and it, functions in the way that Christians describe him as functioning, dude, stop being lazy and send some freaking angels. If you truly want people to understand what the fuck you want, then get off your ass and use some of that omnipotence to actually make people aware of what you actually want from them.
Seriously, angels look freaking metal as fuck if you look at the way
Yeah,
they Bible.
biblically accurate angels are freaking Lovecraftian, and it's kind of awesome.
They look fucking monstrous and shit. They have faces everywhere and shit. It's fucking metal.
I saw, I don't know if you guys saw this on Twitter like a couple days ago, but like someone did like a fully rendered 3D animation of like biblically accurate angels, and like it looked realistic and it was fucking terrifying, but also really cool. I don't know if I could find it. It's been a few days, so. But
yeah.
Anyway, let's get back into the thing.
Although, like we say they look metal as fuck, which I'm not gonna lie, they do. But I think actually seeing them up close in person would probably break our fucking brains.
Here we go. I think this is it. I send it in the private chat here.
1 sec. Let me. Give me 1 sec. I'll pull it up real quick then.
Is that music coming from your computer, Corrupt?
Yeah, it is. Hold on. I was looking at the animation. The animation looks fucking sick.
Okay. Screen.
Ooh.
There we go. Give me once. Biblically accurate angels. I'm not sure if this is like the original person who made the animation or not. Like this channel. Again, I remember seeing it on Twitter. So.
Is that the animation that you remember?
Yeah, it's the one I'm thinking about.
In any case, Angelic Banana.
Look at that. That looks fucking dope. I love the fact that it's surrounded by eyes. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the Wheels Within Wheels line from, I want to say, Ezekiel, right? Might be wrong.
Yeah. It's horrifically beautiful is the way I'd put it.
Yes. There's a beauty, like, it's horrifying yet there's a beauty in it There's a beauty in its absolutely terrifying visage, I guess. It's the best way of saying
That was very poetic.
it. Thank you.
It's
Well,
actually
it's you know in the same way as if you actually look at like grimoirically accurate demons, they also tend a little bit more in the like Lovecraftian side of things.
maybe that's what H.P. Lovecraft was actually seeing when he dreamed.
See, given his inspiration mostly comes from Sumerian and Babylonian mythology, I tend to think he was probably more inspired by that pantheon, but I do think that from like a psychological and narrative perspective, part of Lovecraft's job as a writer was to undo what the Victorians did to the supernatural, because the Victorians fucking wussified and babyfied and infantilized every type of supernatural entity. Like that, the Victorians are the ones who turned the fairies from these, these eldritch nature spirits into the little Tinkerbells. They're the ones who turned angels into like these little Cupid things. They're the ones that turned demons into the humorous like red-horned, devils with the tridents and shit. And I think from like a psychological perspective, part of what made Lovecraft as meaningful as Lovecraft became is that he kind of returned the like eldritch aspect of supernatural to people's zeitgeist.
Anyway. Kelly?
Yep. Angelic banana.
I love this one. This one looks so like it's so unnerving yet so elegant at the same time.
You know what's weird? Like, I know this is CG animated, but it does remind me of like those like kind of like those stage productions. Like it looks like it's made out of the material of stage productions.
Oh yeah, it does.
Like, you know what I mean? Like how it's also moving and stuff.
Yeah, it
Like,
looks like somebody behind the curtain is doing it like almost by puppeting.
Yeah,
it looks like it's like everything is on strings.
Yeah, and again, like paper mache puppets as well.
Mm-hmm. Or like how they did Dr. Octopus's arms in Spider-Man 2 with puppets, kind of.
Oh yeah, actually, I mean we're here and brought it up. Corrupt, have you seen No Way Home?
I have not seen No Way Home yet. So for the Marvel movie, I know everything about it. I just haven't gotten a chance to see it. For Marvel movies, the only ones I've seen are Okay, so our Captain Marvel, Black Widow,
like the newer ones.
Shang-Chi, yeah, the newer ones like Shang-Chi, the Eternal, all the really terrible ones. And then
I will argue Shang-Chi wasn't as bad, and I think Eternals could have been good had it. Like, it was weird because it felt like it was trying to fit a trilogy into one movie.
Yeah, and then what was it? Oh yeah, and then some like Jess, like my friend Jess was like, "Hey, I want to introduce you to something good instead of you watching like kind of what Dalton does when it comes to comic books. He wanted me to introduce to me to something
read good shit instead of the cringe. God damn you! Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted me to look at something good from the Marvel so he introduced me to Guardians of the Galaxy, and he wanted me to watch. I think was it Far From Home or either Far From Home or Homecoming. I forgot which one it was that I watched, but yeah, because like I watched a lot of really bad Marvel shit to the point where I was like wondering why people liked Marvel movies.
Your cringe addiction got the better of you again.
Like, yeah, I thought they were all like Captain Marvel or Black Widow. I was
no. Guardians of the Galaxy, I think, is probably the best franchise in the set so far.
Oh, that is so. It's just so unnerving. It makes you uncomfortable,
Yeah,
especially with
those
the
are all
way
these
synchronized the eyes are.
Yeah, and periodic reminder, folks. Some schmuck on the internet managed to animate that, and yet Doctor Strange can't do much better than the mirror dimension when it comes to the weird trippy shit that's supposed to be.
I think the thing that really unnerved me was the music. Like how, like it was like calming, but also
Ominous and kind of eerie at the same time.
Ethereal, I think, is the word you're looking for, and yes, it was.
like it's weird. Like it was sinister without being like generic. Like it was.
It's sort of like this feeling of like, oh, don't worry, calm down, mortal, you'll be fine. Right before it's almost like the spiritual equivalent of an anglerfish. Like gives you something incredibly beautiful to latch onto, and then when it's got your teeth in you, its teeth in you, then the fucked upness starts.
So what it reminds me of is like there's this video game series called Bayonetta, and it uses it uses biblically accurate angels, but with a style with a stylized kind of twist to them, and like they actually like it actually does a pretty good job of making like I said, like it takes it takes angels and it uses they are biblically accurate to a degree, but with a stylized with a stylized twist to them. So
Like
they don't quite, go ahead, Dalton.
like kind of anime-esque.
Kind of. I'll show you what they look like. Hold on.
Well, I know what you're talking about. I've seen Bayonetta.
Okay.
I think most guys though only focus on Bayonetta, so they weren't paying attention to the angels.
Well, I mean, to be like,
Angel
I'm
designs
gay,
look
not
really
blind.
good,
That
though.
that chick is hot.
The angel designs look really good though.
They do.
Like
It's like one of those series that I really regret not really playing, like with Devil May Cry, as well.
It also reminds me of I don't remember. I don't know if you guys will know this show because it wasn't on for very long, but Sci-Fi used to have a show called Dominion, I think.
Oh yeah. I know it because it was based off the movie Legion.
Yeah, and
isn't that the one where all the demons invaded the earth or something?
Angels.
the angels invaded the earth to beget the apocalypse, and humanity, of course, was not on board with the apocalypse happening. So
was there a scene where one of the angels was as a human was crawling on the wall or something?
Yeah, Granny.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember that because my mom saw that. She said, "That's goofy." I remember that shit.
I actually like that movie. I think it's an interesting take.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, but anyway, let's get back into the reasons why Christians shouldn't be allowed to celebrate Valentine's Day because.
All right, I'll just say this. And the last link I posted is one of my favorite designs from Bayonetta.
All right, I will check that out.
Like I really like it. It does have like an anime twist to it, but it does try to. But I think it also does kind of capture what the angels look like.
That's really cool.
Thank you.
All right. You might be shocked to know that the Bible actually forbids the celebration of Valentine's Day. Here's why. There are so many things the Bible say that is basically outdated at this point.
Well, and this is the thing. No quote unquote Christian holidays really exist. If you get right down to it, because the Bible doesn't talk about holidays. Holidays come from when the Christianized Romans, when the Roman Empire converted to Christianity, and they essentially wanted to enforce Christianity on the rest of the Roman Empire. And being as most of the rest of the Roman Empire were, pagan polytheists, they had their pre-established holy days, and Christianity essentially co-opted those pre-Christian holy days in order to make conversion easier, because they tried making people stop celebrating their holidays, and naturally they told them to get fucked. But they realized, oh, if we just change the justification for official records, then we can keep those holidays around, put a Christian skin over them, and then in a few generations, people will probably have forgotten the original pagan orientation, and will just have co-opted the holiday, basically. Like they did it with Halloween, they did it with Christmas, they did it with Easter, they even loosely did it with St. Patrick's Day, and on and on and on it goes. It's kind of funny when you get right down to it, because I think that might even be a point coming up that he points out, is that Christians aren't really supposed to have holidays. The only reason they do is because the pre-Christian traditions survived through being co-opted by Christianity.
So,
But anyway, moving on.
Mm-hmm. Valentine's Day is among the most popular holidays in the world. Thanks to commercialism, this day is so popular that even non-Christians celebrate it.
Bitch, please. Commercialism is inevitable when you have a demand and then a apparatus capable of fulfilling that demand. That's all commercialism really is when you get down to it. Yes, it can be very superficial. Yes, it can be opportunistic. Yes, it can be cynically manipulative, and whatnot. But at bottom, all commercialism is a subset of the market goes, we want this particular thing to be catered to, and then the market going, okay. That's really all commercialism boils down to in this case.
like, the complaints about commercialism are so stupid too. It's just like, well, yeah, they're gonna get commercialized because that's kind of how like any sort of society works, especially one that has like a capitalistic element to it. You're going to get commercialization. You're going to get people who want to make money off of it. Like,
Well, it's also the simple fundamental thing of people like nice things, and people like having nice things and buying nice things.
pretty much.
It's really not that hard. Like, because you want to find the right gift for somebody when it's like Christmas or their birthday or whatever. So naturally, there's going to be people who manufacture the things people want to give as gifts to people. It's really like not that hard.
Yeah, exactly. Like people are going to want to give their loved ones gifts. They're going to want to give somebody they care. They're going to want to buy somebody they care about something that they would like cherish and think is really important to them. Like it's not.
Yeah. Or hell, let's take another angle, like Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is extremely commercialized because it involves a lot of feasting. But we've as the human species, we've liked feasting as a general principle for thousands of years. People like eating good food. Are we gonna bitch about the fact that Thanksgiving is over commercialized? No, because we understand the notion of people like good food in large quantities, and therefore Thanksgiving is essentially the one day a year where everyone gets to eat massive amounts of food in of really high quality in large quantities.
People like this are just giant killjoys, honestly.
Yeah, it's like we can't enjoy anything unless it's subservient to my moral ideology. Well, fuck your moral ideology. It's an unnecessary middleman here.
It really is. Like people like this are just gigantic killjoys. They take everything that's fun or interesting and
How
Just-
dare you indulge in this thing that gives you
Exactly.
joy without morality or without my authoritarian structures over you? And it's like,
everything has to be like either they want something fun banned outright, or they want to reconstitute, or they want to like reframe it in this really stodgy like
puritanical way of like, this
exactly, yeah.
is ours now, and this is the only approved way we can celebrate it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, moving on. Unless you had anything to add, Brainstormer.
In shocking reasons you should not celebrate Valentine's Day. Look at this cuck on the fucking screen here.
That's funny. I don't know. Yeah, he's funny looking. I don't really say.
But yeah, it's really like, number one, Valentine's Day wasn't Christian originally to begin with. It was founded in the Roman Veneralia and the Roman Lupercalia, with a little bit of the Bacchanal thrown in. So it's not even originally a Christian holiday. Surprise, fucking surprise. And number two, if our traditions were so sinful and inappropriate, why did you all co-opt them for so many thousands of years then? If you don't like, pagan or polytheistic holidays, then don't celebrate Christmas either, because that's basically, Celtic solstice and German Yule more than it is anything to do with Christ.
Yeah, don't celebrate anything remotely resembling fun or entertainment. Just be stodgy.
Yeah, don't indulge in things that bring you joy or happiness for their own sake, because that would be sinful, Thurp. That's basically what this boils down to.
Yeah. Well, it's estimated that Americans spend around about $20 billion on this single holiday alone, making it the second most expensive holiday next to Christmas.
I'm kind of surprised Halloween doesn't beat it, to be honest with you, but yeah.
However, the majority is not always right. Really?
Yeah, no, obviously not. But you're going to appeal to a 2,000-year-old fucking Middle Eastern desert ideology for your moral authority. So, at that point, it's like a stalemate. Do you want to believe what everyone else believes, or do you want to believe in a 4,000-year-old desert fucking cult?
Here's my thing, right? Here's my thing. You can I'm not gonna shit on anyone for their religious beliefs or whatever, but if you are going to tell me that people shouldn't celebrate, and this is aimed at Christians, I'll be fair. This is basically him telling other Christians they shouldn't celebrate Valentine's Day. But
Which, to be fair, you'd think they would. Anyone who's going to consume this kind of stuff probably would already know that by now. You'd think.
Much. If you are going to tell people what to do and not to do,
don't be surprised when the answer "no, fuck you" comes back.
Pretty much, at the very you shouldn't tell people what. Let people enjoy themselves. Maybe Christians shouldn't celebrate Valentine's Day, whatever. But I mean, fuck it. Why not? Just let people enjoy themselves.
Well, and it's it's either this served a spiritual function for thousands of years, and that's why it stuck around, or it served a psychological function for thousands of years, and that's why it stuck around, or both. I tend to think it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
I think so too.
But in any case, if it serves a function and brings people joy and brings people together, then why not keep it? I mean, there is a reason why it lasted for 2,000 years, even after Rome converted to Christianity and tried to expunge all the holidays. It's because, despite converting to the new religion, people still wanted to keep their holidays because it was an excuse to feast. It was an excuse to come together. It was an excuse to be bountiful and joyous in the
Yeah.
time, especially the winter holidays, because shit's cold and dark and miserable in winter, especially thousands of years ago before central heating was a thing.
Also, people need, psychologically speaking, people need like holidays and events and festivals. Like humans are very social creatures. Like we enjoy like festivities and like gather in social gatherings and functions and shit. If you take that away from people, like and demand that they like adhere to this sort of rigid, like puritanical hierarchy, like things become like chaotic and they eventually
Yeah,
collapse.
the same instinct that would be blown off when feasting and carousing and partying and shit. That same instinct that would get harmlessly blown off into the ether by just indulging gets bottled up and eventually bursts and becomes let's riot and throw shit and destroy things and whatnot.
Pretty
Like,
much, yeah. That's what you saw. That's what you saw this what is it, last summer? Like people can't be cooped up and shit. They need to be able to express and indulge in in things, or else like they follow, or
yeah,
else
and if
they
and if
collapse.
and if
Yeah,
they don't get a harmless way of doing it, then they'll indulge it. Like
the
an
destructive
example I
way.
made the last time we talked about this around Halloween, um, I made the connection between Oliver Cromwell and fuck, what was his name? Bradford in Plymouth outlawed Christmas and Halloween because they were considered too pagan because during the Protestant Reformation. Um, and around that same time, the tradition of Devil's Night became a thing. Why? Because normally around the time of, October into November, people would be celebrating Samhain, All Hallows Eve, or Halloween, and they'd be feasting and carousing and whatnot, what have you, and everything would be fine. But because the puritanical assholes outlawed Halloween, it did nothing but made that tradition more destructive and more anarchistic because it it was like putting a cork in a flowing river, and they were surprised when it exploded in their face. To the point that even the like suburban housewives of the early 20th century had to bring back trick or treating and Halloween in order to stop Devil's Night. It was essential. The initiative was essentially let's give them something else to do rather than destroying, like, egging houses, toilet papering fucking trees and burning down buildings and shit.
Whose cat is that?
That's mine.
Oh,
She wants attention because I'm paying attention to something other than her, and she's being annoyed at it.
They're cats, so I don't doubt that it's.
Yes, cat. Shush. You're okay.
yeah. Mine is just asleep. Well, he was asleep. Now he's awake.
I-
Probably the sounds of the other cat made it pay attention.
and I don't have a pet anymore, so
Aw. Anyway, moving forward.
yeah.
Sorry, Farmer.
It happens. Anyway, one must ask whether Christians should celebrate this holiday. Most importantly, what does God think about Valentine's Day? Before I proceed, let me tell you this shocking truth. Valentine's Day should not be celebrated by Christians. In this post, let me share the reasons why this is so. Let me make it as simple as possible for everyone to understand. Here are the 10 reasons Christians should not celebrate Valentine's Day. I don't celebrate it just because I don't really care.
Mm-hmm.
I'm old and bitter, so there you go.
I'm half tempted to just bust out the old Hellraiser meme of like, do I look like somebody who cares what God thinks? But I don't know if I should do that.
I just realized I'm the youngest here.
How old are you, Brainstormer?
22. Gonna be 23 this year.
Oh. Wait, how old are you again, Dalton? I forgot.
26.
I thought you were 24.
No.
Oh. God damn.
I think I might have been when we met, which would have been like 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I've known you for like 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Join the club.
No, I've known you for 4 years.
Yeah, because we met, I think, right after Englentine did the like Black Panther, what black people think of Black Panther stream, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that would have been 2017. So we've known each other for almost 5 years now.
Yeah.
I feel old now.
You should.
Oh, fuck off.
Reason number 1, Valentine's Day has pagan roots. No shit.
So does Christmas and Halloween and Easter, so I'm glad to see you'll be getting rid of those. Oh wait, probably not. No.
A quick look at any encyclopedia or history book will reveal that Valentine's Day is an ancient Roman festival.
Yes, correct, actually. Well done.
In its origin, it is originally known as Lupercalia, which is celebrated every February 15th. Lupercalia is celebrated to honor not God, but pagan gods named Lupercus, god of fertility, Juno, goddess of marriage and women, and Pan, god of nature. And
Correct.
I'm not seeing the point here.
Although I will say aspects of it were also combined with the Veneralia, which I think technically happened in April originally, which of course was the festival of Venus, and also the Bacchanal, which is a festival for Bacchus, who is the Roman equivalent of Dionysus, god of wine, poetry, and partying, basically.
God, you are such a nerd.
Yes, I am.
I want to put you in a locker.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Corrupt.
My school's lockers were too tiny.
Yeah, but I'm also like 5'5", so
They're like
Dalton is like tiny.
I know, but like I don't even think Dawn could fit the lockers in my high school.
Wait,
Like,
how tall are you? Like in Brainstormer?
I honestly don't know. I haven't checked in years.
I think Dalton is like tiny. He's only like 5'5". Like holy shit.
And according to the other day when I went to the doctor, I'm down to like 126 pounds.
Jesus.
I was around 140 for a while, but I think that was because I was out at college and the famous freshman 15 happened.
Right, but yeah, they were like I don't know, like I think they were extremely tiny. Like no one could fit in them.
Ours were really tall, but they were really skinny.
We have those like lockers that set on top of each other.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, those were like we had those in gym, like the ones you're talking about, Rob. But like the regular school lockers, they were about I don't know, about like if you were to put a drawer, like a regular drawer, on its side, like that width.
Yeah.
That's how big it was. Anyway, there's really nothing to argue about here. God calls paganism an abominable, and he strongly commands his people to stay away from it. No, not really God, more so the jackasses that claim to speak for God.
Well, there's that, and there's also the fact that there actually were pre-Christian or pre-Abrahamic times in the parts of the Middle East that Christianity, Judaism, and Islam come from. And if you actually look into the history of the Abrahamic religions, what you'll find is the Abrahamic God, Yahweh, El, or Ba'al-Adad, depending on how you want to put it, or Jehovah or Allah, however, whichever name you want to call him, is actually tied to a pre-existing Canaanite deity named El, which might be why the Jewish or Hebrew informal for God is El or Elohim. And interestingly enough, the god known as El from the Canaanites was actually just one of an entire pantheon, and also God had a wife originally named Ashur, who was essentially like an earth goddess, which you see actually reflected still in the scriptures if you look, because in the story of Noah, for example, God talks about how I am making a covenant with the earth. Notice he said with the earth, not with man, but with the earth, that I will never that I will never destroy all life with a flood again. So yeah, even in the Bible, there are still reflections of the pre-Abrahamic polytheistic origins of the Abrahamic religions, and it's become kind of a meme in polytheistic circles, but it really does seem like the God of the Bible is just a god from a polytheistic pantheon that hates the rest of his pantheon for some reason. Moving on.
Alright. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Like my audio was having problems and I was trying to fix it.
Okay. Well, do you have anything to add to this particular part of the?
Oh. Repeat the last part of that because that's where my audio was starting to really mess up.
God calls paganism an abominable, and as abominable, he strongly commands his people to stay away from it.
I think Dalton, like from what I heard from Dalton, I think he kind of like took the words out of my mouth. So I really can't think of anything to add.
Yeah. Also, worth noting here is originally the word used in Genesis for God makes man in his own image is actually plural. The phrase is "let us make man in our own image."
I remember that there's a big conspiracy. There's an alien conspiracy over that quote.
Well, there's an alien conspiracy over fucking everything because the ancient
There
alien
is, to be fair, but like
the ancient astronaut theory people will not shut the fuck up. Even though they're fucking crazy. Nevertheless, it's worth noting that originally in early Judea, the relationship between God and the angels was more like the relationship between like a chieftain and a ruling council. So it wasn't even necessarily like a master-servant relationship. It was more like a high god, or what's referred to as henotheism, rather than monotheism. Which is henotheism, for those that don't know, is the idea that multiple gods exist, but there is one like over deity or high god that rules over all the rest of them.
Yeah, you have lesser deities.
So again, not to be that pagan hipster douche or anything, but it really does seem like God is just a god from a polytheistic tradition that grew to hate his own pantheon for some reason.
What a nerd.
Yeah. Also worth noting is in the Ten Commandments, God says, "You shall have no other gods before me." He does not say that no other gods exist.
Yeah, because there's an acknowledgement. Yeah, because there's an acknowledgement of like pagans and other gods existing and idolatry and all of that other shit.
Yeah, and even in the Bible, even in the Bible, it says that people like the Moabites, for example, or what's referred to as the abomination of Moab. They had a god named Chemosh, and Chemosh was actually more powerful than God in certain circumstances. Like there's a story about how the Israelites went into battle with the Moabites, and the Moabite priest, through the means of human sacrifice, was able to overturn a divinely ordained prophecy from Yahweh. So not only is God not the only one in the Bible, he's not even the most powerful on any given day. So, nah.
At most, he's a level 17 warlock.
I don't want to I don't want to get quite into that meme territory, but nevertheless, polytheism is true within the Old Testament biblical context, and again, at least one case that I can think of during the abomination of Moab story, a divine prophecy from the Lord Yahweh is overturned by another tribe's deity. So, yeah. But anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
God is very clear on this. When the Lord your God cuts off from before you the nations which you go to dispossess, and you displace them and dwell in their land, take heed to yourself that you are not ensnared to follow them after they are destroyed from before you, and that you do not inquire after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? I also will likewise.
What reason is this? Is this reason number 3 or 4? Which one is this?
No, this is just reason number 1. He's just adding more supporting shit to it.
Oh, Jesus.
An ironic expletive, given what we were just talking about.
I know, right?
But yeah. Notice though that again, he's not. God does not say that the other gods don't exist. He just says you're not allowed to cheat on me with the other deities. Derp.
Pretty
That's
much,
basically what it boils down to. God is a jealous, possessive boyfriend. He doesn't like seeing you with other deities. So
God, they talk all the time about God's monopolization of your soul and spirit, and how like there's only one, and how he wants you to worship no other gods but him. He doesn't even want other gods to even exist within his realm, basically. Like there can't be, oh well, there's me, people worshiping me, and then there's people over there worshiping like another god. He wants those people wiped out or converted to worship him too.
To be fair, maybe it's just me being the optimist. I always kind of just think, more or less, it's not really God per se. It's more so just, again, the assholes that were trying to control people.
Yeah, and to be fair, there is an argument for that, because both the Old Testament and New Testament were edited by church fathers and rabbis
No,
in their
hold on.
respective.
When I say that, I'm not speaking of like God's motivation or reasoning. I'm speaking of like what's said by preachers and like
Yeah, and in the Bible, and even in the Bible, it says, I believe the quote is, "Your God is a jealous God."
Yeah,
So yeah. So even assuming that anything in the Bible can be taken seriously, then God basically admits to it. He bars you from worshiping other gods, not because it wouldn't be good for you or because it's not good for him, but because he just doesn't like seeing you out with other deities. So don't ever let him catch you out with other deities.
pretty much like I'd say it's probably accurate to say that that isn't necessarily the intention of God himself as much as it is of those people who worship him or worship in his
Yeah,
name.
and to be fair, if you actually look at the parts of the Bible that were edited out by the said priests, there are cases where God is a lot more lenient and a lot more understanding about other deities.
and I always kind of revert back to the Bo Burnham song, "From the View of God."
From God's perspective, you mean?
Yeah,
That is a really great song. I don't know if Corrupt has ever heard it or not.
What song is that?
Bo Burnham's From the Perspective of God.
That I know who Bo Burnham is, and that from the perspective of God sounds familiar.
It's actually a really great, like, sweet and wholesome song. It also is funny because Bo Burnham generally tends to be funny, but like it's a really good song.
yeah.
I think I might get into that.
I'll send it to you after the stream.
All right, thank you, Dalton. I appreciate it.
No problem.
You shall not worship the Lord your God in that way. For every abomination to the Lord which he hates, they have done to their gods. For they burn even their sons and daughters in the fire to their gods. Whatever I command you, be careful to observe it. You shall not add to it nor take away from it.
Okay, and to be fair, the archaeological evidence does not actually show human sacrifice being a common thing. Like even in cultures like the Aztecs and the Maya, human sacrifice was only done in extreme cases. Like, for example, the Mayans believed that when an eclipse happened, it was something literally eating their sun god. So they engaged in human sacrifice in that case to essentially bolster the strength of their god so that he could fight off the eclipse. So it's likely, at least, that some of this talk about human sacrifice is actually slander. Most often the things that were sacrificed were animals, and or even just like grains and bread and shit.
Imagine being the poor bastard that has to get sacrificed because the sun is being eaten by like the darkness or some shit.
Well, to be fair to the Maya, like they treated their prospective human sacrifices like kings the day before they were supposed to get sacrificed, and it was considered a great honor and shit. So, like obviously human sacrifice bad, not disputing human sacrifice bad or anything, but you know there are a lot worse ways to go out in ancient Neolithic fucking Mesoamerica.
This is like that time Dalton tried to like talk about like animal consent, and then like everyone dogpiled him. It was
Yeah, I got accused of bestiality because a comic that me and Anglin were talking about involved Snagglepuss, who is an anthropomorphic cat creature, and I said that if he's intelligent enough to give consent and humanoid enough to not be injured by the act, then I see nothing wrong with it. And then everyone lost their shit and accused me of bestiality. And then I made a similar analogy to screwing Billy Bats in Captain Marvel when he's in Captain Marvel form is not pedophilia because he's physically stronger than literally anything and also has the wisdom of Solomon. So he can consent. And then people accuse me of pedophilia defense.
Oh yeah, because it's like, but it's still a little boy.
Yeah,
Even
but
though
the reasons pedophilia is wrong have to do with the physical or psychological harm that would occur to the person. If there's no if there is an extenuating circumstance that prevents that physical or psychological harm from occurring, then who gives a fuck? It's like it's like in Narnia, a lot of the animals can talk and have human level intelligence. So what's wrong with them being being in a relationship with each other or whatever the fuck?
Yeah,
But
because
nevertheless, I have to step away for a second to let the cat out because she's scratching at my door and I hate that shit.
all right. Hello, Brainstormer.
Yeah.
Oh, let me see. What did I send you? I think I sent you another. I think I sent like one last image at the bottom that looks pretty. That looks pretty dope.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, I'm back.
It was very awkward without you, Dalton.
Anyway, let's keep going on the article.
Reason number 2 out of 10. Bible says to flee sexual immorality.
What I guess the implication being that like Valentine's Day leads to sexual immorality or sexual.
Well,
or that like public displays of affection is inherently immoral. That is an argument that I've seen from like the Crazy Family Values set.
I mean,
before.
I don't know if that's his argument in particular, so I didn't want to.
Well,
let's let him give his argument and then
flee sexual immorality. Every sin that a man does is outside the body, but he who commits sexual immorality sins against his own body. Or do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit who is in you, whom you have from God, and you are not your own?
So,
okay, fuck you.
Is he saying that you're not that like technically your body does not belong to you, but it is the property of God? Is that it?
I refuse to be fucking cattle. Thanks. Fuck off.
There's a
last line that is the last thing to the verse. So
okay, finish off the thing.
For you were bought at a price, therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's.
Yeah, see, and this is the thing that this is what clenches it for me because I'm a polytheist. I essentially believe that all the pantheons of all the gods exist, which includes the Abrahamic God. The main reason why I'm not a Christian or anything having to do with the Abrahamic God is because the disturbing thing about the Abrahamic God that the other gods don't fucking do, as far as anyone can tell, is half of the time God comes off as entitled to things because he made you and therefore he owns your ass. The other half of the time, there's references to the covenant that he made with the Israelites. And the thing with covenants is another word for the word covenant is pact, which implies a at least informal contract. And yet the number one thing people always get edgy over is, especially these kind of Christians, is, oh, you made a pact with another deity and that's bad, and it's like, then you point them to the verses of the Bible that talk about the covenant that the Israelites made with, or that the people of Abraham made with God, and it's like, well, you have a pact with your God too. It's just a matter of which deal are you willing to sign on to here, and that's the thing, is because I am a polytheist and I believe in all the gods, I actually get to pick and choose which pact I prefer. And better yet, some of the gods are allowed to be evoked, like they're allowed to be summoned, and you can actually negotiate with them as to which pact you will sign on to. And quite frankly, a contract that I can actually negotiate for makes a lot more sense to me than one that's already circularly reinforced. Like, I created you, therefore I own your ass. Okay, but then why the covenant? Either you created me, therefore you own my ass, in which case all this negotiation is so much fluff, or it's a covenant that I actually have to agree to, in which case I refuse to agree to it because fuck you. The deal you're offering does not sound like a good deal to me.
It doesn't, like, that I would say is one thing that, like, when you hear some preachers preach about God, it's usually in the same and how he has and how he's a selfish God who wants your attention only, and who wants
your God is the jealous God, therefore have no other gods before the Lord your God. Blah, 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 blah.
Exactly, yeah. You hear that all the time, and it kind of plays into what you're talking about how God wants no others before him, and he wants the existence of no other gods. Granted, once again, this is just this is like this person's interpretation of God, not necessarily God's intention. But like, you hear that, and
it's at the very least not good marketing for the Almighty if we're going that route. Like, I imagine God is up in heaven somewhere going, but I didn't say that. What? How did you guys interpret that from what I actually said? What the fuck?
pretty much, because like again, you hear God, and it's used when they talk about God, it's usually in terms of him being like this oppressive prick who doesn't want anybody else to.
Yeah, the like stalker ex-boyfriend who doesn't want you to be with any other guys.
There will be, yeah, because there is no other gods. What do they always say? There's no others before him, or something.
Yeah, your God, and again, it's the justification isn't because there are no other gods or all the other gods are fake. It's because your God is a jealous God and he doesn't want to see you be with anyone else.
Pretty much.
But anyway, moving forward, because we've got to get moving here because there's so many of these.
Yeah, there's like 10 of them, and there's a lot of information packed into each reason.
There's right. With 2, by the way.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Moving on. Ignore the dog. I'm sure the cat is being annoyed at him.
Sexual immorality brings a lot of heartbreaks, diseases, and negative emotional and social problems. God loves us and does not want us to suffer unnecessary pain.
Then you're gonna have to explain to the fuck to me why gay people get stoned. Because I, as a gay person, I'm sort of sitting here like, the stoning seems like an unnecessary pain, and as a witch, I'm sitting here going, the fire seems like an unnecessary pain, but what the fuck do I know?
So since Dalton is like a gay witch, does that mean like
he'll be stoned to death as he burns?
Wait, no, we have to throw him in lava. Because it's like it's the best of both things. It's like rocks and it's fire rocks.
Apparently, yes. I sort of this whole God loves you and He doesn't want you to suffer. Well, why does hell exist then? I mean, assuming that the God of Abraham is the God that created the universe, then could He not have created a universe without hell?
Well, technically hell's a prison for Lucifer or Satan or whatever the fuck. It's not supposed to be for other people. It's supposed to be a prison for like Satan.
But even Satan, and I'm gonna literally be a devil's advocate here for a second. Like, he made one mistake at the beginning of time, apparently, because that's the whole like the fall thing. One mistake at the beginning of time necessitates an eternity in hell. Like, that's like for one crime, infinite punishment. That I and to be fair, not all versions of hell are permanent. In Christian theology and in like Abrahamic theology in general, like I think the Muslim definition of hell is more like purgatory, in the sense of like the punishment is temporary, and then when all your sins have been burned away from you, then you ascend, essentially.
Yeah.
Which that I can sort of like, I can at least get on board with, because it's like, okay, finite crime, therefore finite, therefore finite punishment, and then you'll essentially be redeemed eventually. But the like stereotypical fundamentalist Christian conception of hell, like the televangelist definition of hell, of like, infinite fire and infinite burning and infinite torture and infinite for a finite life's worth of sins, and it's like that, even just on a logical level, that does not seem proportional. Like,
I mean, the one of the things with Christianity is that you have multiple interpretations and multiple voices that preach, and then multiple voices that concentrate on some things. Like you have the classic fire and brimstone preachers who are like what people think of the most when they think of like Christianity, and then you have those.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm not bashing Christians or Christianity or all Christians or anything. Like, your relationship with your God is your business. Is kind of my thing. My issue is specifically with the moralistic types. The we get to morally grandstand and judge you because of these selected edicts or what have you.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's just like I always cringe a little bit when we talk about politics, and you have half the conversation being the left does blah 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 and the right does blah 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 blah, and it's like, no, it's not the right and it's not the left, it's the moralistic evangelical family values right that is mostly the problem, and it's the deconstructive Frankfurt School Hegelian social justice left that is the problem.
Progressives. I hate progressives.
Well, I don't even necessarily think it's progressivism that's the problem, because you can, like, I supported Bernie twice, and my second and third choices were Andrew Yang and Tulsi Gabbard. So I'm fairly far to the left as far as like progressiveness goes, and and when you get right down to it, a lot of men's rights talking points are more progressive because they're trying to give men rights that they've never had historically.
I agree. It's just my issue. My issue is that a lot of the social justice crowd, like, they're either they identify as progressives, like a lot of them.
Yeah, this is true. I'm not saying. I just wanted to be clear that it's not like we're not against progress on full stop. It's again, it's in the same way that not nobody should ask a libertarian, for example, or a Randian objectivist to answer for the crimes of like Richard Spencer, nor should any just banal social democrat or Bernie bro have to answer for fucking Vosh or whoever.
Yeah, I agree. And like, I'm a liberal too. Like, I'm a pretty far left liberal myself, so I agree with you.
Yeah, and it's not descriptive enough. And much in the same way, I have no problem with Christians or Christianity, but if we're talking about the, Bible thumping, family values, traditionalist, tradcon crap that you're gonna burn in hell because you've done XYZ thing, that then we have a problem. Just like,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah,
Right.
moving on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So in sexual immorality brings pleasure. It will not last long. When you consider its many dire consequences. You will soon realize that it's not worth the risk.
Okay, but who defines something? Who defines what's sexually immoral, though, is the problem. And just so we're clear, even just the phrase "sexually immoral" makes no fucking sense.
I mean, like, people like this are so draconian in how they like define. Hold on for a second. I'm sorry. I heard something and I wasn't sure what that sound was.
Okay, no problem.
All right, but yeah, like a lot of these people are so fucking draconian in like the way they define like things like sexual immorality, which is a meaningless term because what is, like you said, what does that even mean? Like, what is immoral sexually? I mean,
Well, unless you're talking about kitty fiddling.
yeah, but like even kitty fiddling, I'd say, like even kitty fiddling, I would say like I don't know. I think like yeah, I
Well,
get
yeah, there's a gray area there to some degree. Like you're telling me, it's wrong to date somebody at the age of 17, but the strike of midnight on their 18th birthday, it becomes not immoral anymore. Like
yeah, exactly.
the
Yeah.
fucking age of consent shit is so arbitrary and irrelevant sometimes.
I heard actually a funny story when I was in my freshman year of high school. Some seniors I was talking to.
Yeah.
Granted, they were a bunch of dicks. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, people in high schools generally are like high schools are just wretched hives of scum and villainy. Let's be let's be honest with ourselves. Everyone in any given high school is an asshole.
But apparently, like someone they knew, like a friend of theirs, was getting arrested for at least. Keep in mind, it's been years since I heard this story. So, yeah, a guy got arrested because he and a girl he was with, again, both high schoolers, uh, got caught by police because they like pulled on to the side of a road or something, and car things that teenagers do. And yeah, he apparently got arrested because he was senior, so he was 18. I think she was like, I don't know, sophomore or junior, so like 16 or 17.
That's so ridiculous.
Honestly, I think it's stupid to.
Well, I think in this area might be smart for us to take some cues from Europe a little bit, because the age of consent in most European countries is actually 16, which makes a lot more sense to me. Because like, if somebody is younger than like 13, then you should not be engaging with them sexually. Like, let's just be entirely honest with ourselves.
Yeah, if we're gonna say something is sexually immoral, then like let's talk about things like pedophilia or like diddling dogs or something, like not like consensual like relations between two consenting adults.
Yeah. Or even somebody who's, again, in that kind of gray area of not quite young adult sort of area,
Exactly. It's like, oh my god, you're 17, like
yeah, a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old. Oh, the humanity, or yeah.
Granted, again, if the guy was like, again, his 30s, then I think there's cause.
Whoa, yeah, but that's a much more substantive wage gap, or wage gap, age gap.
yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, if you got 50-year-olds hooking up with like 16-year-olds, then that's kind of weird.
What the?
Even a 50-year-old hooking up with a 25-year-old, though, I think is still skeevy in that way.
Actually,
I mean, I don't know.
I actually have a personal story on that.
Go ahead.
My mom, she was 29 and she was dating this guy who was like in his 50s. Kind of like the same age as my grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
I mean, I don't think there's anything like controversial.
I mean, there's nothing like morally objectionable at it. It does start to
Granted,
yeah, but even then, I'm like, all I'm saying is it starts to strain credulity a little bit. Like, no,
I mean, like 25 though, like that's a fully functional adult.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the corrupt side here. That's like that. Yeah, I think after that, like when a person's like in their 20s,
No, I'm not morally objectioning to it. I'm just saying it still has that sort of it still has that sort of implicit gulf that is a little bit like a little bit unsettling on some level.
I mean, it's unsettling. Like, my thing is, it's unsettling because like they're adults. Like, I could understand if you were saying like 17 or something like that, but this is like a 25-year-old man or woman. Like the brain fully matures at 25.
Yeah. Again, I'm not saying there's anything morally wrong with it. It's just one of those things that's kind of implicitly unsettling. But even so, like, again, back to the point of like, if it's somebody who's 16 or something like that, and an 18-year-old, then yeah, there's no controversy here, no matter how much someone would like there to be one. But yeah, I honestly think we should reduce all the significant milestone ages to like 16, because you're telling me someone can drive a 2-ton car, but they can't vote or drink. You're telling me they can drive at 16, vote at 18, and drink at 21. And I'm like, why not just have all of the above done at 16? Because let's be honest, but by the age of 16, most people have started sneaking drinks anyway.
Like I can understand. Oh, go ahead, Brainstormer.
Sorry, no, I was gonna say, like, I kind of disagree with the drinking thing, because I think I think we can all agree that most kids at 16 are also really stupid.
Well, yeah,
Like,
but
To answer, the reason why we don't allow children to vote at 16 is because they just don't have they just don't have like the experience, the wisdom, or the wherewithal to actually like make responsible votes, to make responsible voters. I mean,
Right.
like
I mean, I get that, but there are people who would make the same argument about like a 25-year-old.
I mean, you can make like I maybe, but like with 20. So here's the difference between that. At 25, like those people who don't have people who don't have the wisdom or the wisdom are more of an exception than the rule.
Yeah,
Like
but
at 25, you're supposed to have
yeah,
the
and to be fair, I'd honestly rather make um I'd honestly rather make voting like a IQ test kind of thing or a mental competency kind of thing rather than a age thing.
I mean, like
'Cause that's the other thing. A lot of these like age restriction things don't make sense to me because people mature at different rates and shit. And
okay,
what we're supposed to actually give an eighth of a fuck about is whether somebody is mentally competent and like a stable person with regards to these things.
so
I think a lot of things could be resolved by psychological testing rather than age restriction.
So a lot of 16-year-olds, regardless of how intelligent or mentally competent and mature they may be, just don't have the life experience necessary for that. Like when you vote, when you're voting, you're not just casting. When you're voting, you're like you have a really large responsibility. Hold on for one. Sorry about that. When you're voting, you have a huge responsibility, not only to yourself but to the country to your country, right? So you want to make sure that the people who are voting have like the life experience necessary.
Well, that's the other thing. I think as occasionally overly patriotic as civics classes may have been, we need to start teaching like youth and law and civics classes again because the fact that we don't teach things like civics or how like my opinion is everyone who everyone who wants to vote should be able to pass a citizenship test just just like a just like an immigrant who wants to gain citizenship. I think every adult in America should have to pass a citizenship test in order to be able to have access to like voting privileges and shit. Because irregardless of whether we keep the age restrictions or not, because a lot of the problems with the modern political zeitgeist is people viscerally hate their own countries without knowing anything about their own goddamn countries.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. The main reason I just don't agree with like the age part is because there's a lot of experience that there's a lot of like lived experience you just don't have at 16. That and 16-year-olds, like regardless of how intelligent or mature they are, like generally speaking, most are just don't have the ability to make the type of decisions you need to make when you're like older.
Well, but and to be fair, a lot of young people just don't like to vote. Period. So
How you doing?
I don't know.
I'm like brainstorming. How you doing?
I think because of that, because of the fact that most young people just don't vote just don't vote in general. I don't see the harm in giving a kid who can be demonstrated to be competent and wants to vote the option.
Well, like okay, so I'll say this right, like You take something. Okay, so take like an issue like welfare, or like one of these like multi-layered like issues that even adults don't understand fully, or don't fully know how to like deal with efficiently. And
Navigate, yeah.
yeah, exactly. Thank you. Navigate it. Thank you. Navigate, and then give that to like a child. Like if an adult can't like do it, then what will a child like realistically be able to do that an adult can't do? Or and that's not to say that children are stupid or that children are stupid. It's just that as an adult you should have the ability, like you should have these faculties and understand, like at the very least, like what you're doing and what you're voting for. So like in a child, so if a child doesn't have that ability, like are why then children just don't have that ability for the most part. I mean, we can say, oh well, this kid's an exception, but we're making rules that affect not just one or two children, but like an entire population, you know.
Well, but again, this is why I would tie it more to like psychological competency than age, because like I agree with you. If you're not competent, or if you can't be if you can't be expected to understand consequence, then GTFO. But yeah, I find age restriction to be a weird way to establish that.
It's just because like it's just like a part of it is mostly like life experience. That's a lot of the reasons why you have some age restrictions. Like it's life experience, it's tied into psychological development, and a
Well,
lot of
then in that case, let's make everything 25, because 25 is the time when psychologists can kind of agree that like the maturation process is largely done.
I would agree with that, except for driving. I think that's the only thing that I'm fine with like 16-year-olds doing. But like driving, I would say I would agree with that. 25, in my opinion, should be
Yeah.
the time when people vote.
I think I lean a little bit the other way. I'm fine with just the idea of let's make everything 16 and call it a day. But
Guys,
either way, back to the article. God damn it!
actually, I'm just gonna call it for that because
Shit, it's already 11:30. Yeah, damn.
well, that and also I just knowing us, we are not gonna finish it in a timely manner.
Yeah, next week.
But we are gonna see. Well, the last thing me and Dalton planned, which is weird.
Yeah, last year we started doing top 5 lists of like our top 5 fictional crushes in various different mediums and stuff.
Well,
And
it was top 10 last year. We're doing top 5 now, just for the sake of like saving time.
Yeah, but this time we decided to do a top 5 villain crushes was what we went with this year to start off this year.
Okay.
And I guess you would be our judge.
Yeah. To be fair, this one was hard because neither Brainstormer nor myself really like we're not really attracted to villains just on general principle, because a large part of what we find attractive in people is their personalities. So it was really hard to find villains that we both found attractive.
Well, there are
Really.
charismatic villains. Like one thing about being a villain is like being charismatic and being able
Well,
to.
yeah, there's always going to be the sympathetic villain, the villain that has a point, the villain that, the villain that just has all the best shit.
Right, but to our individual taste, it's a lot harder.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
what depending on what you're looking for in types of a significant other.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna flip a coin. Heads, it's me. Heads, and the tails, it's Dalton. It goes first. And I guess since you're kind of sort of the judge, corrupt. You call it.
Okay. Heads.
Tails.
All right. So who goes?
I guess stone.
Okay.
All right, give me a second to open the image. It's a weird, like, and Dolan and I fleshed this list out like a couple weeks ago, and the first one was to me, was the weirdest one.
Juggernaut.
Yeah, Juggernaut from Marvel Comics.
You're into Juggernaut, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's not.
yeah, because he's kind of hot without the helmet, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's not actually that bad a guy. He just happens to like he's a mercenary, so he often gets hired by evil people generally. But yeah, he has a decent rapport with a lot of the more heroic characters, so he's not a bad guy necessarily. And yeah,
Doesn't he hate mutants?
from what I remember, maybe I
Well,
don't remember.
he hates Charles, who's like his half brother.
He hates Charles, but one of the reasons he hates Charles because Charles is a mutant.
I think there's more to it. I can't remember.
I mean, there's more to it than that, but like he has like one of Juggernaut's things was that he hates mutants. But like there is more to it than I hate mutant bad, but like there is like mutant hatred there. It's just like there's some motivation behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So like so your crush is Juggernaut?
Or yeah, my the first one on my list is Juggernaut.
All right.
Yeah.
He's a handsome lad without the helmet, so I could see that.
Yeah.
Let me pull up mine.
So as the judge, like, what am I supposed to do exactly?
I honestly have no idea.
All right.
We weren't expecting you to be here, so I guess just color commentary.
Yeah.
All right. I can do that.
All right. This one I had on last year as part of my top 10 list. And Dawn always gives me shit for it. Zula from Avatar Last Year.
Oh, you like Kim Jong-un's sister?
Oh, fuck off.
I keep telling him the golden rule: do not stick it in crazy.
It's not even about that. Like, a part of me feels like I can help her.
Yes, and see, this is why I always give him shit, because if she does what she is inevitably bound to do and hurts you, I'm bloodbending the bitch.
Like the thing about like a really motivated evil character is that like it's like in the process of trying to heal them, they could corrupt you. You know.
Like I get the somebody to save impulse, because I always kind of felt that way with Zuko. He's a good kid and he deserves saving. Azula is I'm not saying beyond redemption, because I don't think there really is such a thing as beyond redemption necessarily, but I don't think she's worth the effort to try and save, because I don't think she wants to be.
Well, there's also another reason why I like Azula.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a lot of self-esteem.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say because she's hot.
Well, that too, obviously, but I did figure that went without saying.
Yeah, fair enough.
And look at the picture I picked of her. Come on.
She's hot, yeah.
But yeah, like, I don't know. She's got a lot of self-respect, a lot of, just a lot of pride in herself and her work. I respect that.
She has a lot of
She's a
self-confidence and shit, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's it's very attractive to me.
I'm telling you, she's gonna give you a taser to the chest one of these times, and I'm gonna have to kill her.
Oh, Dalton's so protective of his friend. That's a good trait, Dalton. You're a good friend, Dalton.
I'm going to bloodbend her, and I'm going to draw and quarter her in the air. Is how that's gonna happen, because fuck that bitch.
Right.
You're a good friend, Dalton.
Yeah. I won't lie. She's actually like always kind of in like my top 5, kind of fictional women that I found.
Because you have a good heart and you want to save people, and I always will say that she's not worth your time.
Well, okay, that and again, like she was one of the early fictional females that like kind of when I was growing up, kind of just made me feel something.
Oh, that you had a crush on?
Oh yeah. Anyway, moving on to the next one. You'll see a recurring pattern with Daltons.
Again, I'm not that hard to figure out when you know what I'm looking for.
Yeah, you're really not.
I'm not that hard to please. I just have very specific tastes.
Right. You'll find this funny, I think. Corrupt. Gaston.
I'm surprised. I'm not surprised, but I'm also surprised. Gaston was a bastard. I'm surprised, actually.
I mean, he was only a bastard in the sense of Belle kept turning him down. I think if she had said yes to him, he probably would have been a decent husband to her.
Like,
Because in any other story, Gaston is the hero, and he's having trouble coping with the fact that he's not the hero in this case.
like, sure, Dalton, sure.
Like,
I don't know that. Like, Gaston was a complete asshole. Like, I'm just, I think there's some cope on your part.
right. Actually, when I looked up Gaston, the live action version came up the most.
Luke Evans should have gone to the gym more if he wanted to play Gaston. He
What
was
does
too
Luke
skinny to
Evans
play
look
Gaston.
like?
What'd you say, Corrupt?
What does Luke Evans' Gaston look like?
It's fanciful, I guess.
He's too skinny.
Let me see.
I guess.
Let me see what it looks like. Too skinny, really?
Yeah.
He looks like a person. What do you mean he's too skinny?
For Dalton's, just
For my taste, for one thing, and for another thing, to play Gaston. Like, if you're playing Gaston, hit the goddamn gym, you asshole.
Like, Dalton doesn't want somebody who hits the gym. Dalton wants someone who, like, fucks steroids. Like, holy shit, just, like, takes the syringe and just sticks it into his dick. Like, that's what you want, man.
I didn't need that mental image. I didn't ever need that mental image, ever. But thank you, Corrupt.
Moving on to mine. I mean, unless you have something else to say, Corrupt.
Thank you. Like, no, just, like, Dalton wants, like, some sort of roid freak. Like, holy shit.
Captain America was at the top of the heroes list for me. That should give you some idea.
No, I'm good.
Yeah. Moving on.
Oh wait, hold
Yeah.
on. Actually, hold on. Wait. I have one thing I wanna. Hold on. Give me 1 second. That right here. That's who Dalton wants right there. I posted it in the private chat.
I'll
That's what Dalton wants right there.
all right, give me 1 sec.
I'm gonna hate you for this. I have a feeling.
That's who Dalton wants right there. Actually, he may be too skinny for Dalton. Think about
Actually,
it.
I'm showing this. I'm showing this.
I will reserve the right to hate you for this later. I mean, he's cute. Yeah.
There you go, Dalton's like. That's what Dalton wants. He wants this guy right there.
The proportions are weird, but I could work with that.
He's a picky bitch. I've said it so many times.
You're goddamn right.
You know what?
Somebody has to be, goddammit.
Here we go. Or something like this. You know, that's
Okay,
fine.
okay. If you want to look at guys that I actually find extremely attractive, look up Abel Ebenetti. He's one of the guys I find extremely attractive.
What does he is he like a roided? Is he like a roid freak too?
Just look up images of him and you'll see. Or what's his name? Jeff Saeed is another one. Cody Deal, who played Asylum's Thor, is another one.
Oh my god! I looked up Jet Cyanide.
Yeah, wrong. Side is SEID, I think.
All right. All right, hold on. All right, I found him. Let me post this picture. Hold on. Let me send the picture to Brainstormer so he can show everybody.
Oh, for fuck's sake. This became a complete sidebar. We still haven't gotten to Brainstormer's second choice.
I just want to show Brainstormer what I found.
Mine is actually pretty easy.
There we go.
All right,
There he is.
hold on.
That is who Dalton is into.
So, guys like the dude who played the Mountain, right?
Yes.
No.
God damn it! This guy is such again, picky bitch.
I'd make him shave the beard.
You have a beard.
Yes. Which is why my boyfriend shouldn't.
What if he wants you to shave the beard?
Well, we tried that once, Corrupt, and you
Oh
didn't
my
even
God.
notice.
I said you look nice. You do. You look very nice without a beard. Very tweaky.
Yeah, all I'm saying is every single conversation we had for like 4 months was all about how I would look better with the beard and the mustache shades, and I relented on the beard, and I sent you a picture of it. You didn't even notice, so yeah.
I'm sorry. I forgot to respond. I didn't forget to respond. I don't know why I didn't respond. But I told you look nice. You do. You look nice without it.
Yeah, no. Anyway, moving on to Brainstormer's second choice.
Again, she's like in my top 5. This one's in my top 5 all the time. Shigo.
I thought it was Shigo. Shigo is such an I'm an edgy teenager choice.
Oh, fuck you.
I'll defend him here. If I was more into girls, she would make my list too.
I like how they tried to ship Draken and Shigo at the end of the series.
I mean, it works because they're already like an old married couple.
Ow!
All right.
Ah, my cat bit me.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah.
Sad cat.
Yeah, like I agree. They basically they are. You know what? I agree with Dalton. I'm going to withdraw my statement. They are basically a married couple. Like they fight like a married couple all the time, and they were almost always together.
Yeah, and their dynamic was even like the stereotypical sitcom married couple of like Draken does incredibly bumbling stupid thing and Shigo sasses him for it.
Pretty much, yeah. They were a married couple.
Right. But, okay, you can't tell me, like, when you watch Kim Possible, that you did not find Shigo, like, attractive or anything.
I mean, she's attractive.
Yeah. Plus, I'm not going for white bread, plain old Kim Possible.
What's the stitch?
Brainstormer has a thing for women who can kick his ass.
And again, I'm taking that from Spike Spiegel of Cowboy Bebop.
Brainstormer, like, I can get it.
Yeah, it's not so much like physically kick my ass, just a really confident, badass woman.
Like,
So let's be honest, a woman who can physically kick your ass is also a plus.
Brainstormer wants an Amazon as a wife.
Oh yeah, no, totally. Like I've said this so many times. If I was in the DC universe, I would try and like woo Diana.
Yeah, and I'd have to be your best man, I think.
I'll marry you both.
And knowing my luck, I'd get drunk at the wedding reception and wind up going home with John.
You know what? No, this is who you'd go home with. The last guy I put a picture.
Hold on.
Okay.
So you'd go out with that guy right there.
I don't think I could show this on here.
Okay, fucking what?
I can't.
I found out the site.
Make with the explanation already. Don't do the dark here.
Check in the private chat.
Again, I don't think I could show that on YouTube. Like, it's not really too bad. It's just at a really weird angle. That's really it.
Okay. Anyway, let's get to my third choice.
You can probably check it after the show.
Okay.
Or Corrupt could send to you on Twitter or something.
Okay.
Oh my god, Corrupt. There is something wrong with you.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. That's what I'm saying.
I love that squat.
Okay. Number 3.
Let's see number 3.
Are you quite finished?
Really?
Yeah.
This,
Mammoth from Teen Titans.
you want this guy inside of you? Really?
Yeah, he's like what, 7'5" or something.
You know, he actually is uglier in the comics. Like I saw images of him in the comics.
He looks like a fucking gorilla. What do you want to get fucked by Harambe? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm sorry, that just came out of nowhere.
Like, is that what you want to tell me? Like, what? This is what does it for you.
He's into the jocks, man.
I'm not that complicated. I have a very specific taste, but very straightforward taste. It's not.
I'm into jocks. This is not a jock. This is just a bad life decision. Like, what the fuck?
He's cute and he fits my criteria. I don't I don't really care about anything beyond that.
Fine. What do you like about Man Mountain here?
You know what I mean?
Well, from what we see of him, he's the most moral of the High Five. And he seems to mostly just go along with crime because he feels like he's compelled to, not because he wants to. So if he's the gentle giant type, then we could make it work.
All right.
Also, wouldn't be opposed to a threesome between him and Jinx either, but that's a different story.
Oh yeah, because you do like girls too.
Jinx. Damn, I can't believe. Nah, actually, she's not really my type.
It's essentially the same reason I like Hulkling and Wiccan is because not only would I get the uber strong jock type, but also a magical nerd friend that I could talk shop with.
So it's basically like the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
That's fair. Maybe this guy will do it for you though.
I think Gizmo and I would not get along though, because he would hate the whole magic thing and I would get really annoyed with his science bullshit. That's the only problem of dating somebody who's a member of the High Five is I'd have to fucking deal with Gizmo, and he would annoy the shit out of me. That's what they were called.
What's a High Five? I liked of the High Five. Ironically enough, I like Gizmo.
Of course, if I can do. Actually, that wouldn't be a bad thing.
It reminds me of you, Dalton. There you go.
I mean, fuck you, but you're not entirely wrong.
He's a little shit.
He was a little shit.
Yeah.
Point taken. You miserable son of bitches.
I mean,
hey, let's see your brainstormer.
Yeah, number 3 for me. It's a weird one, not gonna lie. Again, it was hard for me to pick out.
I mean, at least you're not over here trying to date Man-Bat or some weird shit like that. Oh, it's Mystique. She's sexy.
Yeah, from X-Men Evolution.
Oh, I like this design.
It was the other one too, where she had a more. It was like a more goth look.
And I mean, I made this joke when we were discussing the list to begin with, but she is versatile. She can look like literally any woman you want.
Hey, she can even grow a dick for you.
Okay, but that's not relevant to Brainstormer, is what I was saying.
You don't know that? Maybe he's.
Yeah, no, it really isn't.
Like I love him dearly, but I know he doesn't swing that way.
Yeah, like hey. Maybe you can learn to love pegging.
No, hell no. Fuck no.
And besides, if he did swing that way, he'd be a top.
I don't think Brainstormer would even agree with that.
I mean, no, it's complicated.
Anyway,
this conversation has gone into a very weird direction.
Yeah, because you're here.
It always does, because you are the You are the nitroglycerin in our chemical compound that always makes things go boom.
But I just like. Well, I like the story of Mystique, obviously, and again, it's like the same thing with like Azula. It's like that kind of genuine need to like want to help them.
So you'd be the boyfriend who tries to get them out of the life of crime.
Yeah, less.
To be fair, with Mystique, I think you'd have a better shot than with Azula because the problem with Azula is she doesn't want to be fixed. I think Mystique on some level kind of does.
Fair enough. Also, she's a badass, you know.
She is a badass.
Yeah,
although that being said, the same standard applies. If she hurts you, I will kill her.
Dude, that's with everyone. That's with everyone.
Yeah, because people don't hurt my friends, or they die in their own blood.
Appreciated, but I'm also terrified of what you really would do.
Well,
there for you.
if you die, I'm going full Dracula from Castlevania and going all Night Horde on their asses. But
if you know what, Brainstormer, I would be there for you like a buddy.
So, assuming you were still alive and we were in the Marvel universe, I'm getting the Darkhold and doing all sorts of terrible things from the Darkhold to her.
Plus, she's a redhead. I mean,
fire red hair always does it for you.
Well, we also don't get a lot of redheads these days, so.
No, they keep getting
ginger side.
Yeah.
The racial apartheid of the ginger people.
I guess technically I would have some ginger genes in me, maybe.
Because you're Irish, although the Italian and Hispanic genes won the argument because you're extremely dark haired, but
yeah, I'm not Italian though. That's my step grandfather's Italian. It's the whole thing though.
I see.
My family history is complicated.
As I always said back in the day, you're a mutt.
It comes off a lot more insulting than you intended.
I know, which is why I haven't said it in a while, but nevertheless, it is true.
Right.
And I say it in a loving way, not in a dismissive way. Anyway, my fourth choice.
Right.
You're a mutt. All right, let me see yours, Dalton.
Surprising no one.
Specifically the versions of him from the Kevin Ed fan fictions where he grows into a jock character.
He was always a jock.
Yeah, but he's too skinny at the present moment to be attractive, but that doesn't mean that some version of him wouldn't be.
What? Seriously? I mean, he does fit the jock prototype, so yeah.
Archetype.
I've read way too many Kevin Ed fan fictions than I at least put him somewhere on the list here.
Why did I say prototype? What the hell is wrong with you?
I was like, I feel
your brain had a moment. It's fine, but
I have plenty of those.
So anyway, your fourth choice, Brainstormer. No? I could speak, say.
Give me 1 sec. Okay. Eris from Sinbad, Legend of the Seven Seas.
Ooh, sexy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to pop over to the Magician's Multiverse to grab the Ars Asim so I can kill a god if necessary. But again,
God damn, dude.
People do not fuck with my friends or they die. That's the rule.
Dalton is equipped and ready for killing.
Yeah, I'm getting that.
If I have to kill a god to avenge my friend who was stupid enough to fall for her, then so be it.
Okay, you know what's weird? Like for the others so far, probably the one after, those were kind of like how I saw them as more like for long-term relationships.
This is more like a fling.
Yeah, pretty much. Granted, I think she would see it as a fling. So I just kind of respected that. Be fun, but I don't really think.
Well, okay. Interesting question. What if she does decide that you're hers forever and ever and always after this?
I mean, I'd be okay with it. I just think I'd have to adapt as best I could, because she is the goddess of chaos and disorder, I believe.
Yeah. I must point out, as your friend and potential best man, once again, the prohibition against sticking it crazy. But if I have to kill a god to defend my buddy because he made a stupid choice, then so be it.
Although the one thing I'm worried about is, and something I've realized as like a joke that I plan to incorporate into a story later on, is that if I have sex with a goddess, sex after that with anyone else will never be as good. Thus, I could never enjoy it again.
You would be doomed to wander the earth as like sexless and alone.
I mean, it's not really different than it is now, but still, I think it'd be worse since I had the highest peak of sex ever, and I could never experience it again.
Well, I mean, you could always ask her for death by snoo snoo. She probably would acquiesce to you.
See, here's the thing: I actually kind of value my life.
Like,
well, so, I'm just saying, if what you're worried about is life not being meaningful after sex with a goddess, just make sure there isn't one.
It's not.
And she is a goddess of chaos and destruction. So I'm sure there's some level of her that gets that whole praying mantis kink thing. Kill the man after you fuck them.
What the?
Jesus Christ!
God damn it, Dalton.
Wow, Dalton went somewhere weird.
It's not life.
Okay, she's a goddess of chaos and destruction. You really think she's not above the praying mantis solution?
Well, she's not a praying mantis, though. I mean,
no, but she's a goddess of destruction. You think every one of her male concubines is left alive at the end? What the fuck?
Well, no, okay. For one thing, it wasn't life that's meaningless. It's just sex, which honestly I can live without. I've lived without it my whole life so far, so not really seeing anything missing. But
what happens if she gets knocked up and you end up with a child who's a demigod?
I feel like you're really going and like overthinking this, don't you?
Well, I mean, the point of these exercises is to kind of play the ball where it lies and see what happens. But
okay, well, then obviously I take responsibility because I'm not one of those deadbeat motherfuckers.
I wanted to say something. Never mind.
I mean, if you want to say it, man, say it.
I was gonna say because he's not black.
I feel.
And please note, everyone, it was the black guy that said it.
Which is why
because he gets to say it. We get to maintain having a channel, and please don't ban us, YouTube.
But no, to be fair, I've always wanted to be a dad. So
have I. Actually, I've always wanted to be a dad.
Yeah.
I've thought about it, but I wouldn't. I've mostly decided that I wouldn't make a good one.
I think you're a good uncle at the very least.
You would make a uncle. You'd make a fun uncle.
Yeah. As far as being a father myself, like as much as I want to, and as much as the like evolutionary imperative of there is there of fuck or you're evolutionarily irrelevant and everything. As much as that is true, and as much as I probably will at some point invest in sending my seed into a sperm bank just so that somebody has a chance of using it at some point, I think that I would fuck up a child, and I'd rather not fuck up a child, so
I think
probably shouldn't become a parent.
yeah.
I think you'd be a great uncle though.
And I probably will be, because between my 3 sisters and 2 brothers, I'm sure I will have plenty of nieces and nephews
Right.
to go around. But
Yeah. Maybe that's why I haven't really gotten much luck in the relationship department. Because I think since I've been like a kid, I've wanted to be a dad.
and so many people are obsessed with one night stands and flings in this day and age.
Yeah, like flings or something.
And I think it also turned off a lot of like girls I was trying to court. That I was actually a long relationship.
Well, they missed out, man. Someday you'll find somebody that you'll make extremely happy.
What the fuck, Corrupt?
This is what Dalton. I found Dalton's perfect mate.
Okay, I gotta put this one up.
God damn it!
It's too good not to. Plus, I don't think it's breaking any rules.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
You ain't gonna do shit.
Dalton, you'll love this one. Trust me. There you go.
But that right?
How about that, Dalton? Trust me.
Can't see it. It's too far away.
Oh, hold on. Let me try and get a bigger picture.
Well, anyway, let's move on to Nolan's last one then.
Mm-hmm.
Just while we wait for that. I think I have it up now. It's a weird one. I'll give him that. Just because like it comes from the unlikeliest of places.
Flash Thompson from Ultimate Spider-Man.
It's weird how we got the better versions of Flash and one of the worst versions of Spider-Man.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But, yeah.
He's cute.
He has a soft side, and honestly, in the episode with the Rhino where he's panicking and like defensively like moving his couch in the way of the door so it can't get in, and just he's behaving like a panicking child, and all I want to do is hold him and tell him everything will be okay.
That one works, Brainstormer, and that's Dalton's significant other. I finally found it.
Oh God.
Here we go.
Once Mine goes weird places, Corrupt.
All right, let's have it, people.
How about that one, Dalton?
I mean, his legs aren't exactly proportional, are they?
Oh my God.
He even has moves that you can, that you can rub up against.
Or sleep on, in my case, probably. Okay, that is one of my fantasies of like falling asleep on their chest or something.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like sucking on his tit. I don't know.
Why must you make every romantic desire I have seem so degenerate? God damn it! I'm imagining a like really wholesome romantic thing of like spooning together and falling asleep on his chest, and you're just like, I bet he wants to suck on his tits. And it's like, no, that never occurred to me.
Okay, let's
Okay.
move on to my last one. Dawn doesn't know what this. It's from an anime, and I don't know. Dawn doesn't know this one. Granted, I had slim pickings in anime because I'm not a big anime fan.
All right.
From a popular one though, and I don't know if you've seen Bleach.
I love Bleach.
That's not bad.
Really, I'm glad you like it.
Tear Haribel.
Oh shit, she's sexy. Good choice.
Well, to be fair, my favorite, like, I don't really like to use this word because it's overused and it has a lot of baggage on it. Waifu. Like of Bleach is Yoriichi Shihoin.
Harabelle is like a really great pick for a villain because like she's like really protective of her subordinates.
Yeah, and also again, yeah, she's really cool as well. Like,
She's somebody who would protect you.
that, and again, she's like the third most powerful being at the time of the story that introduced her,
Yeah.
which is impressive because there's like 10 of them. Also, doesn't she become like in the manga? She becomes like queen of
The Spada world, yeah.
yeah.
She becomes queen of that world, yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, it was hard to find a picture of her that wasn't like kind of sexualized.
And so, yeah. So you need to find one that was safe for work.
Well, yeah, but I was also just trying to look for like actual like images, like either from the anime or the manga. So
Okay, that makes sense. This is a good picture of her.
yeah.
I have a point of reference for
Dalton's
this.
back.
I didn't go anywhere.
Well, like you left the chat temporarily, and then you came back, and your icon is gone.
No.
I don't think you could see it.
Oh, you didn't see? You didn't? Wow, because you just.
No, my icon looks fine to me, but my screen might be frozen. I don't know.
Let me see. I'll show you what it looks like here.
Yeah, that happens with Dawn sometimes.
I didn't
Yeah,
even do that.
StreamYard hates smartphones is the problem.
Never mind that.
But yeah, also Haribel is pretty hot.
Yeah, I don't have a point of reference for this because I haven't seen Bleach. It keeps getting recommended to me, and maybe I will finally check it out now. But
I won't lie, I believe it does have a lot of filler.
So, like, it does have a lot of filler, but you can skip over most of those seasons since the anime is completed. You can just skip over those seasons, and some of the filler is kind of good.
The only one I've heard that is really good is the Zanpakuto Rebellion.
Yes, the Zanpakuto Rebellion art is excellent. That arc is excellent.
Basically, yeah, we'd have to explain so much for Dalton to get what we mean.
Like, Dalton, which one is yours, by the way?
which one is what? Which one is what?
Who's your last one, or was Flash your last one?
Flash was my last one, I think.
It's 12. We've been doing this for 4 hours, and I was supposed to be asleep about 3 hours ago. So
Yeah, and it's after midnight, and I should have taken my pills at like 8, and I completely forgot. So,
All right.
All right, folks. So with that, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avideze, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
I hope everyone had a happy Valentine's Day, and fuck off.